Good morning, ladies, gentlemen, excellencies. Good morning to you all, and welcome to the high-level pledging conference of the Green Climate Fund. This is the second replenishment, GCF-2. My name is Mahmoud Muhiddin, the facilitator for the GCF-2 and the UN Climate Change High-Level Champion for COP27 in Egypt. I'm thrilled to be with you all here today, here in Bonn, at one of the main milestone events taking place in the lead up to COP28 in Dubai. I'd like to thank each and every one of you who made it to this convening in person, and those who are tuning in from all around the world to follow the conference live. As much as you are all here, I look forward to witnessing very fruitful outcomes from today's pledging session and the following high-level dialogues during the day. I'd like also to express my sincere gratitude to the government of the Federal Republic of Germany for hosting us today and for working tirelessly with the GCF Secretariat on the preparations. Without further ado, I'd like to welcome to this stage our first speaker, the State Secretary of Germany's Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, Mr. Secretary Flasberth. The floor is now yours. You can come here, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Executive Director Mafalda Duarte, Prime Minister of the Cook Island, Mark Brown, Honorable Ministers, Ambassadors, Excellencies, dear colleague Jennifer Morgan, our German climate envoy, and last but definitely not least, my dear own Minister, Svenja Schulze. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this conference, the second replenishment conference here in Bonn, in this wonderful building, the former plenary of the Bundestag, the German Parliament. And as you can see, it's not an old building. It was finished even after unification in 1992. So plans were a bit earlier, but it took some time to finish it, and meanwhile we had unification. So it operated only until 1999, when the parliament and the government moved from here, Bonn, back to Berlin, our capital. This opened the door also for the establishment of the UN campus right here, with a World Conference Center vis-à-vis, and the UN campus with all the UN institutions based in Bonn, and if I may say so, with the UN Climate Secretariat as centerpiece, and making also with all the intercessionals we are doing usually for the CCC processes here in Bonn, making this kind of an international climate capital. Yes, you can hear from that we are a little bit proud about all of that, but now from history to present, and more importantly to future. We are again in a very important phase on our race to fight climate change and on climate action. It's just 8 weeks until the opening of COP28 in Dubai. As an important milestone towards this COP, I want to highlight the importance of the first African Climate Summit hosted by Kenya only a couple of weeks ago. In Nairobi, we heard a very strong African voice calling for a central role for climate financing and further investments in the continent. It is a collective global action, to quote the Nairobi Declaration, that demands to mobilize the necessary capital for both development and climate action, because no country should ever have to choose between development aspirations and climate action. Quote ended. We applaud Kenya's President Ruto for his leadership. His vision resonates very much with our thinking. First and foremost, our obligations as developed and rich countries. Secondly, recognizing the opportunities Africa offers. And thirdly, in particular, that we need to work for the benefit of people and economies, as well as for a livable planet. This last point is, in my view, extremely important. Yes, in 2015, we proudly altogether decided on the historic Paris Agreement. But climate action has to be part of an overall sustainable development. Therefore, the full value of the Paris Agreement can only be gained if we see it as an integral part of our also adopted in 2015 in New York 2030 agenda as a full set of the SDGs, making this world a better place for all people in all regions of the world. For all this, we need to speed up. From this SDG summit a couple of days ago in New York, we know that although we are halfway between 2015 and 2030, the biggest part to deliver on all the SDGs is ahead of us. And on climate, yes, we are not in a 5 or 6 degrees world that we were sitting in prior to Paris, but we are also not on a 1.5 degrees track. More action is needed, more ambition, and this means also we need to talk about money. From all sources, through all channels, as has been said the first time in Copenhagen back in 2009. The Green Climate Fund is definitely the most prominent channel for providing climate finance. And the key task of today's second replenishment conference is to provide the sources for the GCF to successfully continue its work. Based on the work and experiences gathered from the past, as well as on the strategic reforms that were decided this summer, and also, of course, under the leadership of our new ID, Mafalda Duarte. This replenishment is part of the 100 billion delivery commitment by traditional donors, but we also encouraged during the last months and weeks non-traditional donors to contribute. Some decided to do so. For others, well, it's still time to be part of our mutual way on climate action ahead. Thanks again to all of you for coming. And finally, thanks to you, Mafalda, and your excellent team for all the tireless work in preparation to this conference. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, State Secretary, for your very insightful opening remarks for this very important event. It's good that you reminded us of the history of this building that witnessed many changes in critical times. I was here in 1993 as a student in the UK with others to visit this place to know more about the value of democracy. And then I visited this place when I was a managing director at the World Bank in preparation of the Rio Plus 20 meetings. And here, this is my third time, luckier I would say, to witness some good collaboration for dealing with one of the major global challenges the humanity is facing today. I was asked by the presidency of the COP27, to serve as a facilitator. I'm very grateful to the board decision, to the former and current co-chairs for their support and their guidance. I'm very grateful as well to the former and current executive secretary and their team for great support and hard work for all of these weeks and days and months for preparation of this meeting. When I started this job, it was basically a few weeks after the conclusion of COP27 that adopted a holistic approach on the climate agenda. And I'm happy that what we started in Sharm el-Sheikh is becoming now the norm when people are talking about climate finance. You mentioned, State Secretary, the reference to Africa. There we were when emphasis on climate finance is development finance. Before that, in Paris, the same narrative was established by all speakers that we cannot fix climate crisis at the expense of development crises or more extreme poverty. More recently, just a few weeks ago in New York, not just in the Climate Ambition Summit, but on the SDG Summit and the Finance for Development Summit, this kind of false dichotomy between climate and development, between climate finance and development finance was resolved. Your actions today is not just good for climate, it's good for the people, it's good for the planet, it's good for the SDGs. If you are, as you rightly said, Mr. State Secretary, that we are off track when it comes to climate, we are also very much off track when it comes to the SDGs, when we are only on track of 12% of the targets of the SDGs. Having said that, when I started this job, when we had a statement on the finance conundrum as groups from developing economies, emerging markets, and shared as well by many of the advanced economies, that finance is insufficient, inefficient, and unfair. And we are expecting that the GCF replenishment and its reforms and development in the future is going to be part of the solution of all of that, complementing funding gaps, making sure that finance is going to be processed fast and in a speedy way, and to have the kind of impact in an affordable manner. That would require lots of work, starting with the capital increase and successful replenishment of the GCF. I'm happy as well that this work was not just supported by the beneficiaries, the contributors, and the partners, but by the political leadership around the world, including from the UN system. I was happy to get guidance and support from the UN Secretary General, Mr. Guterres, and his deputy, Ms. Amina Mohammed. And there had been as well some good collaboration with the teams from the UNFCCC and its executive secretaries. It's good that we are starting with new leaders in this area of work. Having said that, there are many challenges. This is a year that we started in 2023 with a competition. What is the word of the year, 2022 to 2023? Is it a polycrisis as a word, or is it a perma-crisis as a word? And here the competition, I think, ended by selecting perma-crisis. And we need to live with that and fix that down the road as well. From issues related to conflict, matters related to impact of the climate crisis, the repercussions of pandemic, challenges when it comes to food security, energy, and of course, many countries are suffering from their challenges. Any kind of climate finance needs really to realize these kind of political economy dynamics and to be part of the solution. During the process of preparation, I'd like to commend the promising outcomes for climate from the lineup of the summits until now. But during this process, been in constant meetings with UN colleagues, IFIs, multilateral development banks, bilateral agencies, private sector. Happy as well that the groups coming from the asset managers and potential partners from GFANZ, including GFANZ Africa, the diplomatic community, and of course, all of the board members and their constituencies have been offering ideas. And I'll be sharing a full report for the next board meeting in Georgia, so I'm very mindful to the time, but I'll give you just the frequently raised issues as matters of expectations for the future. Simplification of process. With that, improving and accommodating concerns related to accreditation approval, speed, issues related to supporting partnerships, especially with the private sector in local communities, not just the big players in the international arena. Local partnership that needs to start with the small and medium enterprises. Focusing more on enablers, data system, quality information, and knowledge sharing. This is the world today of digital age and major transformation, factoring in implications of digitalization, artificial intelligence, new research and development opportunities and funds. And now people are asking as well for new revised KPI to measure the impact of the GCF, especially on local communities in vulnerable countries. By mandate and by practice, this is a very unique entity, as mentioned by the State Secretary. First, for it to be a fair distributor of funds between mitigation and adaptation. I like always to quote the source, but this one, I didn't really find the quote source of it. If we are translating the Paris Agreement into layman's language, we are dealing with three children or three childs. The first, the relatively favored one, is mitigation. The stepchild is adaptation. The orphan child that was recently found is loss and damage. So now, while the mobilization of efforts towards getting the loss and damage fund on track, and there is a meeting in few days in Egypt to put the final touches on the governance, principle of engagement, process, and hosting issues. By COP28, we need to know more about the possibilities of engagement of the Green Climate Fund with the loss and damage, while it continues its work in transformative, impactful engagement on mitigation and doing more on adaptation, especially in vulnerable communities. Having said that, I'd like to include by emphasizing areas of finance, focusing on leveraging, innovation. When we talk about leveraging and innovation, it's expected to be more of concessional finance and equity. Many countries of the beneficiaries of the GCF are already overwhelmed by their debt. So when we talk about leveraging, it's more on concessional finance and equity participation in funding. It is expected that the GCF in the future will be setting gold standards. I'm happy with the bold remarks that were mentioned by Ms. Mafalda Duarte, including during the Climate Ambition Summit, and about the ambitious reform programs with their impact on quality work and to be a leader in institutions, especially in areas that do not really have sufficient attention. So this is a very big day for everybody, not just for those who are working in climate, but in development, those who are concerned. And it's basically all of us about the future of the world, the future of the people, and the future of the planet. I'm confident that the GCF will work diligently to ensure that developing economies continue to be supported in raising and realizing their climate ambitions, and that high-quality programming to build resilience will be a hallmark for GCF-2. It has been an honor to work alongside GCF management, secretariat, board members, and all of the contributors at the facilitator for this replenishment round. I'm certain that today's outcomes will reflect positively on the efforts of the GCF as well as the climate leadership of the contributors gathered here. I thank you all for leadership. I'd like to thank again Germany for their leadership on the climate agenda at large, and for the hospitality and hosting us here in Bonn, and for the commitment of you all for a healthy future of the planet and its people. Thank you so much. Well, we are living in a fast-changing world, and my script that is prepared by the diligent secretary is not an exception of all of that. So there are many updates, and I'll be relying on the good guidance with full transparency of the representative of the Secretariat to my right, and being guarded, of course, with the Executive Secretary to my left. So this now brings us to the cornerstone segment of today's event, the pledging session. We will start off the session with opening remarks from a number of keynote speakers before moving into main event, the statements of pledges. First, Mr. Olaf Scholz, the Chancellor of Germany, our host country today, will give remarks via video statement. Let us please watch the video together.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the Green Climate Fund's first replenishment in 2019, around $10 billion were pledged. Rarely has an investment in our future made such a difference. Since its inception, financial contributions have enabled the GCF to increase the climate resilience of around 1 billion people worldwide, to avoid around 3 billion tons of carbon dioxide equivalent emissions, and to leverage significant private sources of finance, especially for countries in Africa, Asia, Oceania, and Latin America. The Green Climate Fund has an impressive track record of achievement and an equitable governance. Investing in this fund pays off. So let's move on to the next chapter of this global success story. The fund's new strategic plan for the coming years will make the fund even more impactful, efficient, and easier to access. An important point for many of the most vulnerable countries. Germany takes its responsibility seriously. For this second replenishment of the GCF, Germany is happy to pledge 2 billion euros, 500 million more than our last contribution. And I'm very grateful for every pledge announced by colleagues during the recent months. I'm confident that the industrialized countries will reach the $100 billion climate finance commitment for the first time this year. Your commitments here in Bonn play a big role on the way to this goal. Let's make the GCF stronger than ever. Let's make 2023 a turning point for climate action.
Well, thank you so much, Chancellor Scholz, for those remarks, and many thanks again for Germany's support of the GCF since its inception and throughout the replenishment. I like very much what the Chancellor just mentioned about moving toward the next chapter and to have a GCF stronger than ever before. So let's see what we will be getting out of this process, which is starting, not ending today. Next, we'll hear from the Special Advisor to the United Nations Secretary General on Climate Action and Just Transition, Mr. Selwyn Hart. Kindly please display his video remarks.
Excellencies, colleagues, friends. First, let me thank the government of Germany for hosting this event and for their leadership on climate. There has never been more clarity on what needs to be done, by whom, and over what time frame to prevent a climate catastrophe. We must urgently accelerate the transformation of energy systems and support developing countries to adapt to increasingly more frequent and severe climate impacts. The good news is that renewables, wind, solar, batteries, and other clean energy solutions have never been cheaper, and there's never been more liquidity in the global financial system. Rapidly shifting trillions of dollars currently sitting on the sidelines or invested in polluting systems towards the green and resilient economies of the future is one of the greatest tests of our time. An enormous challenge, but one that is not insurmountable. This will require all governments, especially the major economies, to provide policy and regulatory certainty on the direction of travel. This includes 1.5 aligned energy transition plans, placing a price on carbon, phasing out fossil fuels, and incentivizing investments in renewables. Developing countries must meet the development needs of their people, including rising demand for cheap energy with renewables and building resilience to the catastrophic impacts of the climate crisis. In all this, multilateral development banks are essential drivers and sources of finance. We need to urgently pick up the pace of ongoing efforts to reform the international financial architecture, including the MDBs. As the Secretary General has stated, shareholders and the management of these institutions must increase their capital base, work much better together, and change their business models, especially their approaches to risk, to meet the scale and urgency of the climate crisis. And this brings me to the role of the Green Climate Fund in this evolving architecture. As the largest global climate fund with the cheapest and most flexible capital, with a business model that prioritizes country ownership and leadership, and an inclusive and balanced governance structure, the GCF is uniquely placed to play a critical and catalytic role in accelerating the climate action needed to transform energy systems and protect and safeguard lives and livelihoods in the developing world. We fully support the bold vision for the fund expressed by Ms. Mafalda Duarte, the new executive director of the fund, at the Secretary General's Climate Ambition Summit just a few days ago here in New York. And in particular, her commitment to speed up and scale up support to the most vulnerable and to optimize every dollar invested by the fund. But Ms. Duarte cannot do this on her own. This vision must be supported by a generous replenishment and by providing her and the fund with much greater flexibility and space to innovate and deliver. Excellencies and friends, the pledges that have been made are a welcome first step. All developed countries should contribute their fair share to the fund well ahead of COP28. We also encourage other countries in a position to do so to also contribute to the fund. Time is not on our side. The climate crisis asks the best of us and requires all of us. The possibilities for bold action are extraordinary when nations and people work together. And promises made must be promises kept. This is the only way that we will rebuild the trust needed to confront the climate crisis. I thank you.
Many thanks to Mr. Hart for his words, and of course we recognize the leadership of the Secretary General of the UN and his support from the very beginning of this process. As I mentioned in my introductory remarks, we're happy as well that the UN as a system, and have as well with us here today the UNFCCC, Mr. Simon Steele, with us, who will be speaking later on the day. I'm now pleased to invite to the stage Mr. Ambassador Wael Ahmed Kamal Abul Majd, the GCF board member and the representative for the Egypt COP27 presidency, who is going to be speaking on behalf of His Excellency the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Egypt and the President of COP27, Mr. Sameh Shukri. Mr. Abul Majd, Ambassador, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Muhyiddin, and you've been here 3 times. I have the privilege of coming here at least twice a year for the subsidiary body meetings, and we have the privilege as the group of 77 in China of using this room as our caucus room all the time, so it feels like being at home. So thank you very much for hosting us. It's indeed my pleasure to deliver these remarks on behalf of Minister Sameh Shukri, COP27 President, who cannot be with us due to pressing commitments back home in Cairo. But it is my pleasure to deliver on his behalf. Secretary Schultz, State Secretary Flaspart, dear friend and colleague Jennifer Morgan, Executive Director Duarte, Executive Secretary Simon Steele, it's truly a pleasure to speak to you all, distinguished board members and attendees. It gives us great pleasure to participate in this landmark event, marking the second replenishment of the Green Climate Fund. At the outset, we need to express our sincere gratitude to the government of the Federal Republic of Germany for hosting this conference and for providing every support to ensure its success. Profound thanks and appreciation also go to all governments who have shown commitment to the functioning of the GCF and will be announcing shortly their contributions to this second replenishment. The importance of the work done by the GCF cannot be overstated, and the successful replenishment we are witnessing here today is testament to the commitment of many developed countries to continue to support the global climate change effort. Most importantly, it sends a positive political signal to developing countries which cannot be missed. Likewise, the anticipated delivery of the $100 billion, as alluded to by Chancellor Schultz, is an important milestone which represents an equally important signal to all developing countries. Distinguished participants, the global climate finance landscape leaves much to be desired. Total available climate finance from public and private sources falls way short of the actual needs of developing countries. Climate finance continues to be predominantly delivered as loans, most of which are non-concessional, which has compounded the already dire debt situation in many developing countries. Concessional finance was only 16% of total climate finance, and grant finance remains less than 5%. Adaptation finance remains starkly underfunded. In 2019-2020, out of $653 billion tracked, $586 billion went to mitigation, while only $49 billion went to adaptation. This is why the GCF is so important, and why it must continue to prioritize adaptation funding, particularly when mitigation action is now becoming more and more attractive to private investment. Indeed, the GCF has proven itself over the years as an effective, country-driven vehicle for delivery of much-needed climate finance. The track record of the fund speaks for itself, and the fund has now become the world's largest climate fund, making significant contributions in support of developing countries as they strive to deliver their NDCs. I wish to recall that we all agreed in COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh on the need for IFIs and MDBs to reform, and I think as part of that reform, the GCF will continue to be a very, very important vehicle and partner for that reform process for delivery to developing countries. Distinguished participants, Egypt has been part of the GCF journey since the very beginning, and we can attest, based on our first-hand interaction and experience, that the GCF is indeed delivering on its mandate and has continued to grow and improve and fine-tune its operations over the years. In conclusion, allow me to reiterate what we as COP27 presidency have stressed time and again, namely that we can only succeed in dealing with the challenges of climate change if we develop and cultivate a sense of trust and mutual understanding. Climate action cannot and must not be approached as a zero-sum equation. There cannot be winners and losers, since our collective success depends on every party and every stakeholder feeling and believing and indeed seeing that their interests and concerns and priorities are taken on board. No one should feel abandoned nor left behind. Our multilateral climate change regime is a rather fragile one, highly dependent on buy-in of all parties for its success. This buy-in can only be ensured if all needs and priorities are treated fairly and equitably. With today's GCF replenishment, we trust that a positive message of empathy and reassurance will be heard worldwide. For that, we thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Abul Magd, for your remarks, your emphasis on the role of finance and the role of the GCF in dealing with the finance gaps, your reflections on the challenges that the global system is suffering from, which is basically the deficit of trust. And I think what you said on bridging the gap of trust is the only way to deal with the surplus that we have of crises. It's good as well to see the good outcomes of COP27 reflected in our work, and there is a great deal of continuity on that, with high expectations from COP28, adequately represented here as well by Mr. Adnan Amin and his team. And we'll be hearing later during the day from Mr. Adnan Amin. Thank you so much for being with us. I'd like now to invite the Federal Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development of Germany, Minister Schulze. The floor is yours. Madam Federal Minister, please.
Thank you, Prime Minister Brown, Mafalda, Excellencies, colleagues, Jennifer, ladies and gentlemen. Climate change can be felt all over the world. It is felt by farmers in Cambodia who are losing their crops to droughts and floods. It is felt by fisherfolk in Vanuatu who are catching less and less fish. And it is felt by people in rural Madagascar who are struggling with forest loss and land erosion. In the Paris Agreement, the international community committed itself to limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius because we have no planet B. The point is to ensure that people worldwide will still be able to enjoy good living conditions in the future. And I am talking about all people, including in particular the poorest, those who contribute least to carbon emissions and at the same time have the least capacity to protect themselves from the consequences of climate change. So climate action is a matter of social justice. The richer countries have promised solidarity, and this implies redesigning our own economic and financial systems. Above all, however, it is our responsibility as industrialized countries to support low and middle-income countries. And this means, for one thing, helping them to improve their adaptation to climate change and their resilience against climate risk. For another, it means supporting them in pursuing reforms and innovations to become climate neutral. The window for limiting global warming is closing rapidly, and we have come together today to boost our courage. The fight against the climate crisis is not yet lost. And after all, the transition to climate neutral development has already been started in many places. However, it must happen much more quickly, and it must happen in all countries. But nobody will manage the transition on their own. It requires partnership and funding. We need an international financial architecture that makes it possible to invest more in climate action and crisis preparedness. And that is why I am calling, for example, for a reform of the World Bank. Germany is a reliable partner in international climate finance. We will provide our fair share for the $100 billion US target. And last year, Chancellor Olaf Scholz confirmed that Germany will be providing an annual 6 billion euros in public resources from 2025. And in 2022, the German government already exceeded this target, investing 6.3 billion euros in German budget funds. We now want to provide this amount every year. The Green Climate Fund plays a key role for international climate finance. It assists low and middle-income countries in their transition to climate-neutral development. And thanks to the fund, the smallholders in Cambodia, whom I mentioned in the beginning, will be able to rely on climate-smart cultivation methods and thus increase their harvest. Fisherfolk in Vanuatu will be able to engage in effective coastal protection and to tap new sources of income. And in Madagascar, GCF is supporting people's efforts to forest conservation and restoration. These are just a few examples of the fund's important work. We are meeting here today to support this work, and it is an honor for me to welcome you to the second high-level pledging conference for the replenishment of the Green Climate Fund here in Bonn, our UN city. Here and now, together, we can set the course for the fund's next 4 successful years. And Chancellor Scholz already announced the German pledge in May, and you just heard him confirm it. Germany will be contributing 2 billion euros to GCF, a clear signal for our strong commitment to the fund and to international climate action. And for me, that is about responsibility and solidarity with the countries that are most affected by climate change. Other countries have already announced that they will provide resources for the fund too. I very much welcome this, and I look forward to the coming hours when further ambition pledges will be made. Through a successful replenishment, we are sending an important signal to the countries of the Global South for COP28 in Dubai, a signal that we are taking our responsibility for the Paris Agreement seriously. However, it is not only important to provide more money, it is also important to use that money in the right way. With its new strategic plan and its new leadership, GCF now has an excellent basis for using the new funding as effectively as possible for climate action. In its strategic plan, the fund is aligning its program with the 1.5-degree target. The plan seeks to make it easier for implementing organizations from particularly vulnerable countries to access funding. Another goal of the plan is to improve the environment for climate-friendly private investments, because public resources will not be sufficient to finance the fight against climate change. And the new plan is the basis for forward-looking reforms. It is in our interest to fill it with life. And the fund will also be getting fresh ideas and inspiration from its new executive director, Mafalda Duarte. And Mafalda, I remember our discussion on feminist climate policy at the last climate conference. We both agreed that in order to halt climate change, we need the power, the talent, and the knowledge of women. And GCF is translating the conviction into reality by practicing gender parity at the Secretariat and in the board. Ladies and gentlemen, the climate crisis not only affects farmers in Cambodia, fisherfolk in Vanuatu, or the people of rural Madagascar, it is a threat to all of us, and we all need to help stop it and get prepared for its consequences. The GCF replenishment is a milestone for this effort. Let us demonstrate as a global community that we know how serious the situation is and that we have the courage to make a change. And I'm counting on you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Federal Minister, Ms. Schulze, for your very insightful remarks. Your words were matched by action, so they are very much appreciated in the case of Germany. And I'm happy to see many other countries going on the same path, emphasizing partnership for the good, getting finance match with ability to support those who are in need of funding and partnerships. You took us in a speedy tour around the world to demonstrate where are the gaps and where the GCF can be more helpful in the future. As a father of one daughter, I'm happy as well with your emphasis on what we should be expecting from leadership of women, demonstrated in Ms. Duarte. I'm happy that you didn't mention empowering, because that upsets my daughter and her generation. They don't like empowerment, she told me. They need a fair chance, an opportunity to serve. So empowerment is an old word that we don't need. So we'll be relying, as you said, on talents and skills and power for change for the good. So you gave us a segue to our next speaker, Ms. Mafalda Duarte. And before she takes the stage, there is a short video on the GCF's impact. Please play the video.
Ngewe ubuhinzi ndabukunda cyane kuko navutse ku babyeyi b'abahinzi. Nari mfite icyayi mu gishanga ari 40. Isuri iza kumanuka, icyayi cyose kiruzura kiruma. Ariko icyo gihe twagize inzara nyinshi cyane. Muri uko kwihangana kwanjye nashoboraga kugana umuturage nkahingirayo amafaranga 1000, nkaza nkayasangira n'umuryango. Yego ntiduhaje ariko tukaramira inzoka.
The project goal is just restore the landscape and also improve the adaptive capacity of this community of vulnerable farmers.
Impinduka mfite nkesha umushinga ubu naguraga inkwi ntago ngura inkwi nteka kuri biogaze. Iyo ni biogaze nubakiwe na Green Gicumbi. Ariko ngiye nkunda ubuhinzi ku buryo mbukora nishimye. Niyo mbyutse mu gitondo marumva ngomba kujya mu murima, niba nacamo igihaza nkakigaburira abana, ubwo nkumva biranshimishije. Kandi muri ubwo buhinzi,
so when you see the increase, improvement of livelihood generally in the community, so it is amazing. This is the real job.
Thank you so much for this video, and now we'll hear it directly from Ms. Mafalda Duarte. The stage is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to GCF Second Replenishment Pledging Conference. State Secretary Flossbart, Minister Schultz, Special Envoy, Prime Minister Brown, thank you. Ministers, ambassadors, excellencies, colleagues, friends, thank you all very much for being with us here today. I have to begin by really congratulating Germany for demonstrating this remarkable leadership in climate action and climate finance, and also thanking the German leaders and the team, this great team that has been a really great champion of GCF's mission, and a champion of this replenishment and hosting us here today. This is actually my first time, not just participating in a GCF's replenishment, but also being here in this remarkable historical place. And these are the moments that we then treasure and keep with us for a long time. I had been in Bonn before, but not in this beautiful, really beautiful building with such a history behind it. Vielen Dank. I was telling many of you last night in a reception we had that I actually studied German for 3 years in my younger days, but I forgot most of it, unfortunately. But vielen Dank again, and I would like to invite you all to join me in giving Germany and the German team a round of applause for all of this support and championing. Thank you. Now, let me also thank you all for recognizing the importance of this conference and investing your precious time in coming and joining us here today. This is certainly an important day, and we've heard it from the other speakers as well, and you know it very well. And the reason why is quite clear and straightforward. The more we raise ambition on international climate finance, the more we raise ambition of climate action in developing countries. And the closer we get to our collective climate goals, and importantly, to our humanity. I say it often over the years that leadership from developed countries is critical. Domestic leadership, domestic action in developed countries is critical, but we will only meet our climate goals if there is substantive, significant, consistent support to developing countries. And it's very clear why, because that's where most of the world's population live. That's where most of the global GDP is. That's where most of the energy demand is. That's where significant growth is expected and development in the coming years. But also because it's in these countries where most of the impacts are being felt, and in particular by those that are most vulnerable, as Minister Schulze, you pointed yourself. So we really have the responsibility to show leadership, and by the power of our actions and example, demonstrate to everyone that we are very consciously aware that there's only one common destiny for us all. And this is independent from where we are from and from where we live. We are all in this together. We either succeed together or we fail together. This dual challenge and opportunity of climate action in developing nations is the reason why the Green Climate Fund was established. GCF is the funding mechanism of the Paris Agreement. It is the world's largest multilateral climate fund. And as others have said already today and many times before, it's also my conviction that GCF is uniquely positioned to drive substantial impact. Why? In the words of Chancellor Schulz this morning, because of its equitable governance. I'd like to say as well because of the shared ownership and commitment to the fund among all parties. Because of the scale of resources, which is important, of course, and the extraordinary flexibility in using these resources. And the more I discovered, the more I can stress this point and how important it is. But also because of the unparalleled and new network of institutions that GCF can work with, can empower, and bring together for higher ambition. Many of you heard me say this last night as well, and I have said it before. I have said it when I stated my vision at the recent UN Climate Ambition Summit. This is really important, the fact that the GCF can work with a network of institutions that no other financial mechanism and institution has supported in the past. National institutions, both public and private, and that it is actually very well positioned, not just to empower. I am hearing this for the first time, Mahmoud, about the young generation. I need to ask my daughters, not liking the word empower. I I will use it nevertheless. I'm not from their generation. Empower this new network of organizations. But not just that, bring them together along others for greater impact. So GCF's second replenishment, I believe, and I believe my team shares this feeling with me as well, really stands to elevate GCF's impact and enable it to reach the higher ambitions set out in the 2024-2027 strategic plan, which the board approved early July this year. It is an ambitious strategic plan. I'm looking at the co-chairs over there, and other board members sitting in the audience. It's an ambitious strategic plan with very strong clarity on what's important and what we should focus on. To me, I have said it as well in the Climate Ambition Summit, in the recent UN Climate Ambition Summit, is really important to focus on supporting the most vulnerable people and communities. And we cannot just expect that it will happen naturally if we just say that half of the resources are going for adaptation, half for mitigation. That's important, as we heard this morning, but we have to be very deliberate. Without deliberate processes and systems and criteria and deliberate action, we will not reach the most vulnerable people and communities. It's not easy to reach the most vulnerable communities and people. So to me, this is really important. It's a matter of justice, as you said, rightly said, Minister Schulz, climate social justice. But it's also really important that we are very conscious and clear that we need to mobilize, we need to use the resources to mobilize much larger investment, because public resources will not be enough. We keep hearing about the trillions of dollars that are required to be invested. It is clear that we need to think about using the public resources to really be enablers of these much larger flows of investment. So a robust replenishment will give GCF the means to deliver on its mission and potential, to deliver for people like Alphonsine that you saw in this video. Actually, I had the privilege of meeting Alphonsine. I was visiting projects in Kenya and Rwanda in the beginning of September. And the beautiful landscape you saw from Rwanda and the tea plantations, I had the privilege of seeing myself, but speaking to Alphonsine and others, and witnessing and hearing from them the change that this project, this financial support, has meant to them. She was making 85 cents a day, feeding several children, and something that is not in the video, she took on an orphan child from her community as well. It was really moving and touching. So we gave her an opportunity and hope that her future and her children's future can be different. And that's what I hope you felt a little bit through this video. How in a much better place she and her family is. This is one example. In Kenya, I visited several communities and farmers, poor communities, vulnerable communities. And again, through empowerment of local private sector, so we are investing equity. I think, Mahmoud, you mentioned equity this morning. We are providing equity to local private sector companies that provide a number of equipment and services and solutions to farmers. So I met another lady, Josephine. I don't know if we have a poster of her outside. We have several posters of beneficiaries. This is another remarkable woman who left Nairobi and decided to move back to rural areas and start a coffee farm. Irrigation was a challenge, but with solar-powered irrigation systems, she managed not just to thrive in her coffee farming, but she diversified into other sources of income as well, fish farming, tea plantation, and in a very short period of time, she built a home, and she's supporting her family, and remarkably very committed to empowering her community. She had a vision for her future, which she drew on a notebook. She had clear goals for the next 3 years, for the next 5 years. And she has hope and a very strong conviction she will meet them. This is what this type of funding can do. It can provide hope. It can provide opportunity. It can really help bring dignity to the lives of these communities that are being so disproportionately impacted by the climate stresses and impacts. So this is the reason I always like to go to projects. And this is also why it was one of the first things that I asked my brilliant team to help me do, is to go and visit projects. Projects that are impacting the lives of people, impacting the lives of the most vulnerable. And this is the reason I think we are all here and why the Green Climate Fund matters. Because we need to transform the lives of people, we need to transform the communities, societies, and countries. It is this that inspires me and why I am so honored to have been given the opportunity to take on this role and work with the great GCF team and all of you in delivering change, opportunity, hope of a prosperous shared future. I have recently outlined my vision for GCF. I will not necessarily repeat it here today. Maybe later on in the panel discussion, I will again bring back some of those points. But I really count on your leadership and support. I'm really confident that we can not only deliver substantive impact in the next 4 years, but we can together really build an institution and position the fund for higher ambition of managing 50 billion by 2030, what we are calling 50 by 30. Today is a milestone. It's an important milestone, but it's one in a journey of greater ambition. And I thank you all for making it happen, starting today. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much, Mafalda, and all the best of luck in your efforts with the team that you described as excellent, and they are very much so. They have been appreciated in the work that they have been doing with traditional partners and new ones as well. Now it's the main event, the statement of pledges from contributors, and we'll proceed in alphabetical order. I have the thankless task of moderating that with some strict time limits because we are over time by 23 minutes. We are expecting that every speaker will take roughly 2 to 3 minutes maximum to ensure that everyone will have adequate time to speak. We'll be calling contributors in order to take the stage, and with full recognition, of course, of the presence of His Excellency Prime Minister Brown, would like to start with Austria. Sorry. Okay, Australia, I've just added, sorry. Austria. Your turn will come in a second, or actually in 180 seconds or less. Australia, please. Thank you. Excellency.
Thank you, Chair. Prime Minister Brown, Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. On behalf of Australia, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to Germany and the Green Climate Fund for welcoming us today to this high-level pledging conference for the GCF's second replenishment. I'm pleased to advise that Australia will rejoin the GCF with a modest contribution to be announced before the end of the year. We have taken on board feedback from our partners in the Pacific on the best ways to direct our climate finance efforts and ensure we support Pacific priorities. In the 8 short years that the GCF has been operational, it has already made its mark as the most prominent global climate finance fund. We will work with partners to improve the GCF's effectiveness and better support those countries who are on the front line of climate change impacts. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now it's the turn of Austria. Austria, please take the stage. Thank you, Madam Excellency.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Executive Director, Prime Minister, Ministers, Ambassadors, Excellencies, and dear colleagues. I'm really very happy to be here at this important conference on behalf of Minister Leonore Gewessler, and thank you very much to the government of Germany for hosting us here in Bonn. Austria has supported the GCF from the start as the most important instrument of climate finance. We have full trust in the GCF board and the Secretariat to keep us and even enhance the high professional standards. In this regard, we very much welcome the significant progress made by the Green Climate Fund in recent years, both in terms of scaling up operations as well as driving the necessary paradigm shift in line with the long-term goals set by the Paris Agreement. And indeed, Austria will continue to be a firm supporter of the GCF. This is particularly the case given the fund's approach to catalyze climate innovation, as well as to promote integrated strategies to maximize the co-benefits between mitigation, adaptation, and sustainable development, and reaching the most vulnerable, as we heard today several times. Saying this, we look forward to seeing a further strengthening of the fund's operational backbone, processes, and frameworks. Like in every growing institution with an ambitious mandate, there is always room for improvement, and we are convinced that the fund's new executive director, Mafalda Duarte, will take the necessary steps to contribute to enhancing country ownership and maximizing the impact of its funding for mitigation and adaptation while facilitating access to GCF funding. Therefore, I'm happy to underline Austria's commitment to continue supporting the Green Climate Fund for the next replenishment. Today, we will be signing an agreement for a contribution of 160 million euro for the period 2024 to 2027, and thereby significantly increasing our contribution of the current period by 30 million euro. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your contribution and continued commitment. Now it's the turn of Belgium. Honourable Minister, the floor is yours, Madam.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, liebe Joche, danke für Ihre Gastfreundschaft. Ms. Executive Director, today is an important day for people and planet, a day that we should not underestimate. The Green Climate Fund may only represent 2 to 3% of international climate finance flows, but it is humanity's most important multilateral fund for international climate finance. The success of today's replenishment serves as a barometer to determine the willingness of the international community to come together and to take decisive action against climate crisis. The synthesis report for the global stocktake is clear. We are not on track, colleagues. The challenges are enormous, and the road ahead is still long. That is why Belgium fully supports an ambitious replenishment for the Green Climate Fund. Belgium supports the ambition of the GCF to maintain a balance between mitigation and adaptation. This balance had not been achieved during GCF-1, and it is important that additional efforts are undertaken to increase the GCF's contribution to adaptation finance. Belgium is only in favor of the ambition to provide 50% of its adaptation finance to developing countries that are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change, the SIDs, the LDCs, and African states. It is these countries, colleagues, that need international climate finance the most, especially grant-based finance. Belgium supports the ongoing efforts by the GCS Secretariat to increase its operational efficiency, to improve access to climate finance to those most in need. Ladies and gentlemen, let us also be clear. When it comes to providing access to climate finance, the GCF can only provide as much climate finance as it receives from its donors. The $10 billion that donors pledged during the first replenishment of the GCF has now almost fully been allocated. 90% of the approved projects are in the implementation phase. If we really want the access issue to be resolved, it is for us, donor countries, to make this second replenishment a success, to provide more funding to the GCF. And it is, Your Excellencies, why I'm proud to announce that the federal government of Belgium will increase its contribution by 50% towards 150 million euros for the GCF's second replenishment. And it is, ladies and gentlemen, why I also call on all countries in the capacity to do so, both active and new donors, to follow the example. The world is watching us, dear colleagues. The future generations, empowered or not, are waiting. Let us live up to their expectations and let us act. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honourable Minister, for the commitment of Belgium and the significant increase in the contribution. Now it's the turn of Canada to take the floor. Ambassador.
Thank you very much, dear Prime Minister, ministers, distinguished colleagues and friends. And thank you, dear Mafalda, for providing us with some examples of the projects that the GCF has been leading on. It really helped to bring the work that's being done here. It helped to make it real for all of us, so thank you for that. On behalf of the Government of Canada, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, Stephen Guilbeault, the Minister of International Development, Ahmed Hussein, It is my pleasure to confirm Canada's pledge of 450 million Canadian dollars to the Green Climate Fund's second replenishment. This replenishment represents a 50% increase in Canada's contribution to the first replenishment of the GCF. We are very proud to continue to support the GCF and the essential work it does to support developing countries to raise and realize their climate actions. The GCF is a critical element of the Paris Agreement and has delivered many times over on its objective to make a significant and ambitious contribution to the global efforts toward meeting the goals of the Paris Agreement. The GCF has grown into its role as the largest dedicated climate fund in the world and continues to show progress, including through its adoption of the strategic plan from 2024 to 2027. The plan will be very important in guiding the GCF through the next phase, and Canada supports the focus the plan puts on improving access to finance, while also noting the urgent and immediate need for adaptation and resilience of vulnerable countries. In addition, we recognize and support the ability of the GCF to promote innovative and catalytic finance from the private sector and other co-financers. This revised plan responds well to this line of work and rightly emphasizes GCF's comparative advantage in this area. Through this pledge, Canada confirms its commitment to supporting a more ambitious mobilization of resources for climate action and to better support the most vulnerable countries. The strengthened partnerships that the GCF enables are an essential part of ensuring collective progress and shared ambition. We emphasize the continued need to listen to voices of civil society, of Indigenous peoples, and the international community as the GCF enters its second replenishment phase. Urgent climate action this decade will require collaboration, ambition, and more importantly, renewed hope. The GCF plays a key part in responding to these needs, and we look forward to continuing to support its role in accelerating climate action for all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for the strong commitment and indeed for your early announcement of your contribution with significant increase that helped us a great deal during the process. And this is very much as well demonstrates the joint open letter that your government side signed with State Secretary Madame Morgan to the world about the priorities for finance in the future. So now it's the turn of the Czech Republic. Excellency.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excellencies, Prime Minister, Ministers, Ambassadors, Madam Executive Director of the Green Climate Fund, colleagues and friends at the GCF board and in the Secretariat, ladies and gentlemen. This pledging conference is an important milestone in the GCF history, and I would like to thank Germany for hosting this important event. On behalf of the Czech Ministry of Environment, I am honored on this opportunity to announce that the Czech Republic will provide the GCF with $4 million for the period 2024 to 2027. I am proud to highlight that the Czech Republic was the first donor country that announced its pledging commitment to the GCF-2 at the opportunity of the COP27 in Egypt by our Prime Minister on the opportunity of Czech EU presidency. Having joined the GCF from the very outset as a member of a Norwegian constituency, we were witnessing how the GCF has become a very prominent and successful instrument of international multilateral financing. Besides the former financial contributions, our experts have been involved within the readiness program in several countries by providing technical assistance within the readiness program, and we intend to continue in this. Our financial rejoining of the GCF donor community is the expression of recognition for funds' past achievements, and in particular, it is expression of our trust that the GCF, in view of urgency of climate agenda, will further enhance its importance role during the upcoming period by providing effective and impactful financial support to climate-linked projects in developing countries. This will be the way how further support their sustainable development. We therefore look forward to continued and successful cooperation of all actors of GCF community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Excellency. And again, as you mentioned, Czech was among those who came first in the announcement. That was very helpful as well on the process. Now it's the turn of Denmark. Honourable Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Let me skip the formal protocol and just say, dear friends, it's fantastic to be here, and let me also start with the most important part, since this is a pledging conference. I am extremely pleased to be able to confirm our pledge, the Danish pledge to GCF. We are doubling our current contribution to a total of $232 million. We believe in the important and unique role given by the 194 UNFCCC signatories to the GCF. As the world's largest climate fund, GCF plays a key catalytic role in mobilizing finance for mitigation and adaptation, not least for the most vulnerable countries affected by climate change. There are only 7 years left to deliver on the SDGs, and we are not even close. Financing the green transition is a challenge we must meet together. If not, the consequences will be horrifying. Progress during GCF-1 and adaptation focus of the strategic plan in July set us on a good path. We can fully support the Vision 50 by 30 that was introduced during UNGA. Mobilizing private sector participation and investments, reinvent the partnership model including the accreditation process, expedite reviews and approvals, pivot operations to prioritize broad-scale system transforming programs over isolated projects. I hope that we will have a strong replenishment of the GCF-2 and look forward to a productive 4 years period. You can count on our support. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Minister, for your words reflecting the commitment of Denmark, not just on climate action and its finance, but on the sustainable development at large. Many thanks as well for sharing your hopes and ambitions for this cycle. So it's the turn of Finland now, please.
Thank you. I might also be a little bit less traditional and say, dear friends, especially warm welcome to Madalfa Duarte, you have our full support in your new task. The second replenishment of the Green Climate Fund marks a turning of a new chapter. It is right to say that we have come a long way from COP15 and from Copenhagen, and a lot of work has been done to shape the GCF into what it represents today. During GCF-2, we look forward to a fast preparation of higher quality projects, smooth implementation, and improved monitoring and reporting mechanisms. We would also like to see even more focus put into improving and policing core operations of the fund. We encourage stronger cooperation, especially with the private sector, to accelerate results. It is important that the fund remains fit for purpose and clearly states its added value amid a proliferation of climate funds, a trend which we see around quite a lot lately. Finland remains committed to support global climate action in line with our ambitious national goal of becoming carbon neutral by 2035. I am glad to announce that Finland stands ready to contribute 60 million euros for Green Climate Fund's second replenishment, subject to parliamentary approval. We look forward to continuing our work with the GCF and with Madalfa Duarte. We welcome your timely announcement of the 50 by 30 vision to enhance GCF efficiency to catalyze paradigm shift through climate finance. We will support your efforts of reform, which will allow the fund to reach its full potential. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your support and trust in the leadership of the GCF. Now it is the turn of France.
Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, dear colleagues, let me start by expressing again our deep appreciation to the government of Germany for hosting this pledging conference and for its leadership to making this second replenishment a success. As a long-time supporter of the GCF, France is delighted to respond to the call for financial contributions, and we trust that GCF-2 will be a cycle of maturation, a cycle of innovation, and a cycle of expanding partnerships. The GCF has made huge strides in recent years with a portfolio of more than 200 projects amounting to more than $12 billion. It is now an important cornerstone of international climate finance. By contributing to this second replenishment, France intends to commend all the hard work of the GCF staff and express our confidence in the incoming Executive Director, Ms. Mafalda Duarte, to build on those achievements and bring them to the next level. In concrete terms and concrete figures, as announced by Minister Bruno Le Maire 2 weeks ago, we commit to provide 1.61 billion euro to the Green Climate Fund for the upcoming cycle, equivalent to a 4% raise compared to the previous cycle, where we had already doubled our contribution. Since 2020, France commits to provide at least 6 billion euro a year of climate finance. This commitment has been fulfilled year after year and even outperformed last year with 7.6 billion euro provided. Within this envelope, the GCF is by far the main channel of our multilateral climate finance, and we very much value its comparative advantages that are, in our view, threefold. One, the focus on adaptation. Second, the targeting on vulnerable countries, namely SIDS, LDCs, and African states. And finally, the mobilization of a full suite of financing tools and the higher risk appetite that together enable the GCF to partner effectively with the private sector and design innovative financing models. Once again, we trust that under the leadership of Mafalda, the strategic plan adopted for 2024-27 will enable the GCF to build on those strengths and keep on expanding its partnership model, all the while becoming a nimbler and more outcome-oriented organization. Last but not least, We would like to reiterate our call for the enlargement of the donor base beyond the border of Annex 1 that we agreed more than 40 years ago. A few non-Annex 1 countries have already led the way and contributed to GCF-2, and we believe that many others could and should follow their example. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much for your commitment, support, and for sharing your priorities and expectations of operations and partnerships. We heard before, and with many thanks to the commitments and the great contribution and significant increase from Germany, but now it's the turn of Hungary to take the floor, please.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Hungary, I would like to thank Germany and the GCF Secretariat for organizing the pledging conference, which provides a great opportunity to accelerate climate action. Hungary is strongly committed to keep global warming below 1.5 degrees. We believe that the goals under the Paris Agreement can only be achieved by collective action. To strengthen the equitable response, the global community needs to address the obstacles hindering developing countries, especially those that are economically vulnerable, in their transition to a climate-resilient development. In this global collective effort, we acknowledge the vital role of the Green Climate Fund. Hungary has been strongly committed to tackling climate change, both on national and international level. As a member state of the European Union, in the upcoming decades, we are about to implement one of the most ambitious climate policies in the world. We are proud to be one of the first countries globally to set a climate neutrality target on national level. The law on climate protection made it legally obligatory to achieve climate neutrality by 2050. To support other countries in taking actions to address climate change, Hungary contributed 2.6 million euros to the initial resource mobilization of the GCF, then with an additional 514,000 euros throughout the first replenishment period. Now, as the time for the second replenishment has come, we announce that Hungary pledges 257,000 euros for the operation of the GCF. And we know that it's rather now a symbolic step, but it's very important for us to express our commitment, because we sincerely believe in the GCF's mission, and we feel honored for having the opportunity to contribute to its success. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Hungary, for the continued commitment and your contribution. Now it is Iceland's turn to take the stage, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, Prime Minister, State Secretaries, Executive Director, Excellencies, and ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the German government for kindly hosting this important pledging conference today. Climate does not stop at the border, and we all have a positive role to play in climate action, both ourselves and in cooperation with others. Iceland attaches great importance to sustainable use of natural resources, and we were fortunate enough to take a large step towards using renewable energies already in the 1970s, when we set the path to rely on hydro and geothermal energies. This step took for us a great investment for a small country at the time, and it is therefore pleasing that the Green Climate Fund will be able to continue its important role to provide opportunities to reduce CO2 emissions and adapt to the effects of climate change globally. This is indeed one of the serious challenges facing humanity currently. I am therefore pleased to announce that Iceland will be increasing its contribution to the Green Climate Fund to $800,000 annually for the time period 2024 to 2028. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the contribution and sharing the good news of the significant increase It is now the turn of Ireland. Ireland couldn't join us in person today, and I was asked to have the privilege to announce its pledge of 40 million to GCF-2. Ireland has contributed to GCF since the fund's initial resource mobilization period. This pledge represents a significant 150% increase on their commitment from their first replenishment. So many thanks to Ireland for the very strong and ambitious pledge. Now I'm happy to return. Of course. Thank you so much for recognizing the contribution of Ireland. And now it's the turn of Israel, a new contributor. Israel, the floor is yours, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the GCF Secretariat and our hosts, Germany, distinguished delegates, hello. I am honored and proud and indeed very excited to be here today, joining your good company. And I am here to pledge Israel's first pledge to the Green Climate Fund. Israel is a small country, but we are working to be global leaders in innovative climate solutions. This is not just technical innovations. It's the process of thinking how to take challenges and find the opportunities to make them into good solutions. We are committed to doing our part to address the climate crisis both at home and abroad. That is why we're joining you all in pledging today to support the Green Climate Fund's work. Our pledge is a testament to our commitment to a sustainable future for all. We would like to designate our contribution to the most vulnerable people to the Great Green Wall Initiative of the African Union. This initiative is aimed at building resilience to climate change in a region that is so vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. We believe our contribution to the Great Green Wall will help to make a real difference in the lives of people in the Sahel. It can contribute to promote sustainable development while also protecting the environment, mitigating emissions, and adapting to the new conditions. We are ready to work with the GCF to ensure that our pledge is used to support the most effective and impactful projects possible. In Israel, we see this pledge as a first step, the beginning of a meaningful partnership between Mashav, Israel's International Development Cooperation Agency, and indeed the whole of the Israeli international development community and the GCF. Together, we can promote sustainable development and create and introduce innovative solutions to climate change challenges. Mashav has been working for 65 years and more, specializing in capacity building, taking advantage of lessons learned in Israel's own development journey, sharing its unique knowledge and expertise. Mashav is already engaged in the process of becoming a delivery partner of the GCF. We humbly believe that our accumulated know-how and experience can significantly contribute to the GCF in its efforts to support developing countries in the face of climate crisis. Climate change is a global challenge and requires a global response. Israel stands ready and is proud to join the DCF in this important mission. Last night, State Secretary Flassbart, you said that you spoke of the currency of trust and credibility that enables this joint work. Before ending, I would like to thank personally and in the name of the whole Israeli team, Dr. Ayun and her wonderful team, Juishiro, everyone on the team for their professionalism and friendship. They inspire within us the trust that is the basis of our pledge today. Thank you.
Many thanks to the representative of Israel for this contribution as a new contributor in the language of the GCF. This is a non-annex one country contributing. Many thanks as well for recognizing colleagues from the Secretariat and their partnership and work, and they had a good visit to your country that is now bringing good results. Thank you so much. Italy, please take the stage. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Executive Director of the Green Climate Fund, friend, international representatives, I am honored to be here and to address this high-level pledging conference for the second replenishment of the Green Climate Fund on behalf of the Italian government. I wish to express my sincere thanks to the German authorities for their hospitality, and thanks for the video. It is really important to see how we can be useful with this important instrument. We are glad to be here together to confirm that the international community is living up to its commitments to provide an ambitious action to tackle climate change in a context of multiple global crises and keep the goals of the Paris Agreement within reach. Italy is fully committed to continue to support the GCF as done since its starting period, having ensured robust financial contributions to both the initial resource mobilization and the first replenishment period in the past. With regard to the second replenishment of the GCF, we are currently working hard internally in the context of the national budgetary process to define the appropriate level of the Italian pledge for the GCF-2 to contribute to the global goals for scaling up climate finance, including those outlined by the Climate Finance Delivery Plan presented by developed countries at the COP26. We believe, in fact, that this institution represents a main element of the entire multilateral climate finance architecture. We particularly value the GCF special function of being the catalytic instrument of climate finance, given its unique capacity to deploy a broad array of financial instruments that can support patient the de-risking of investment in mitigation and adaptation. In particular, we think the GCF-2 gives a unique opportunity to move behind previous results already achieved in terms of paradigm-shifting investments for promoting ambitious action in developing countries to keep the 1.5 Celsius degree within reach according to their national strategies and plans, but also to enhance finance for adaptation, in particular by going behind the valuable results achieved already over the last programming period with regard to allocating resources to seeds, LDC, and African states. Italy is very interested to support adaptation in Africa, and this fund can be important to do this. In conclusion, we think the GCF will continue to be the main institution to spur climate finance in developing countries. Thanks.
I thank you so much, Italy, for the support of the mission of the GCF. And now it is the turn of Japan, please. Excellency.
Thank you, Chair. Prime Minister, Ministers, Excellencies, and colleagues. At the outset, I'd like to express my appreciation for the German government for hosting today's second replenishment conference for GCF. And it is a great honor for me to speak here on behalf of the government of Japan. This summer has been the hottest ever recorded with drought, wildfires, heavy rains, and floods occurring all over the world. Climate change is indeed an ongoing crisis for the entire world. This is a crisis that must be tackled by all of us, both developing and developed countries, working hand in hand. Therefore, as one of the major actors in climate finance, Japan has been actively contributing to the international cooperation to address climate change. As part of such efforts, Japan has made significant contributions to the GCF since the initial resource mobilization. I'd like to take this opportunity to express Japan's expectation for the GCF in the second replenishment period. First, Japan expects the GCF to continue to support impactful and innovative projects through blended financing using flexible financial instruments. Innovation is key to achieving a paradigm shift towards a climate resilient and decarbonized economy and society. Second, as mentioned earlier, as the climate crisis becomes a reality, addressing adaptation needs of the most vulnerable countries is also an important issue. Japan strongly supports that GCF continues to prioritize strengthening the adaptive capacity and resilience of those most vulnerable to the climate change. Finally, Japan also strongly expects that GCF will continue to promote these activities in the second replenishment period, make full use of its knowledge and expertise from various sectors and countries, including Japan's, and improve its governance and transparency. On this basis, Japan hereby announces that it will make the substantial contribution to the second replenishment of the GCF following the initial resource mobilization and the first replenishment period. Japan is prepared to contribute to the GCF upon the Diet's approval at the same level of contribution as in the first replenishment period, up to a maximum of approximately 165 billion Japanese yen in accordance with the performance of the GCF. As one of the major donors, Japan will actively contribute to the operation of the GCF and is committed to firmly supporting its activities in order for GCF to fully demonstrate its comparative advantages as the world's largest climate assistance fund and contribute to the global climate action. Thank you for your attention. ありがとうございました。
Well, thank you so much, Excellency, for demonstrating the commitment of Japan. It's very much consistent to the long-standing approach of climate finance contribution to the GCF, to the RST, the Resilience and Sustainability Trust Fund of the World Bank. I'd like as well to recognize what you just mentioned in innovation and the private sector of Japan through Kaden Ren and others supporting the work. When everybody was talking about the fourth industrial revolution, when you were hosting G20, I remember you were supporting Society 5.0, which is basically the issue of the impact of all of the activities on finance, sustainable development, and beyond. Many thanks. So, Liechtenstein, please. The floor is yours.
Mr. Chair, Madam Executive Director, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Liechtenstein government, let me express our sincere gratitude to the government of Germany for hosting the Green Climate Fund's pledging conference today in Bonn. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the scientific evidence is clear. The window of opportunity to achieve the main goal of the Paris Agreement to limit the temperature increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius is getting smaller. The alignment of finance flows with a pathway towards low greenhouse gas emissions and climate-resilient development is of crucial importance in order to still achieve the targets of the Paris Agreement. The Green Climate Fund, as the world's largest climate fund, is at the center of the multilateral efforts to contain global warming to levels that allow a prosperous life for future generations. Liechtenstein supports developing countries in their efforts to improve mitigation actions and adaptation to climate change, and dedicates around 10% of its annual development and humanitarian budget to climate-related projects. Supporting the GCF is a key element of our financial engagement, and Liechtenstein has been a reliable financial contributor to the GCF since its initial resource mobilization in 2014. At the first replenishment, Liechtenstein doubled its financial commitment, and I'm honored to announce that the Liechtenstein government has decided to double its commitment again for the second replenishment. As part of our total annual climate finance engagement of around $2.5 million per year, Liechtenstein pledges to contribute 400,000 Swiss francs to the GCF from 2024 to 2027, equivalent to around $430,000. As with all prior contributions to the GCF, Liechtenstein's financial support for the GCF-2 will continue to be 100% grant-based. With this continued commitment, Liechtenstein sends a strong signal of support to the GCF. We are convinced that together with the operational and programmatic adjustments included in the updated strategic plan, the GCF will generate a significant impact on mitigation and adaptation, especially for the most vulnerable. Thank you.
Many thanks to Liechtenstein for the commitment and for the significant increase. Your country is among those who managed to double or more the contribution for that. We like to thank you and thank the people of Liechtenstein. Thank you so much. Now it's the turn of Luxembourg, please.
Thank you, Chair. Dear Executive Director Duarte, dear Minister Schulze and her team, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear participants. On behalf of the government of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg, I would like to thank the government of the Federal Republic of Germany and the Green Climate Fund for hosting this conference. As the world's largest multilateral climate fund, the GCF plays a key role in addressing the inevitable and even worsening impacts of climate change. Let me assure you that Luxembourg, as GCF board member, remains a reliable partner in this global endeavor, especially when it comes to supporting those that are most affected by this climate crisis. As already announced by the Luxembourg's Minister of Environment, Climate and Sustainable Development, Ms. Joëlle Welfring, Luxembourg is pleased to increase this contribution to the Green Climate Fund by 25%, raising its actual contribution from 40 million euros to 50 million euros for the next replenishment period. This pledge of 50 million euros is so far one of the largest per capita contribution to the Green Climate Fund and comes on top of Luxembourg's ODA. With this commitment, Luxembourg intends to continue its climate action support towards developing countries by targeting the most vulnerable groups: indigenous people, local communities, women and girls, children, disabled people, in order to increase their climate resilience and adaptation efforts. In light of the growing urgency, we strongly encourage Executive Director Duarte and her team from the GCF Secretariat to undertake the necessary steps to further strengthen the impact of the Green Climate Fund on the ground and to put a specific focus on gender equality, climate justice, as well as loss and damage. This also includes additional innovative ways of financing and putting even more emphasis on strengthening the role of the private sector in order to be able to leverage private climate finance, especially for adaptation, but also the acceleration and simplification of accreditation and funding processes in order to enhance the impact of the available resources. I would like to conclude by thanking the Green Climate Fund for its continuous work and efforts over the last years. Luxembourg fully supports Executive Director Duarte and her team in the uptake of these important global challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your commitment, contribution, support of the mission of the GCF and its leadership and the excellent team of the fund. As we all know, Luxembourg is a host of asset managers, a European Investment Bank, and in areas of partnership, as you mentioned, that could be a way as well of getting more partnerships in the making. And it's good as well that many of you have been sharing not just the update on their contribution, but the areas that they'd like to be reflected in the next cycle of the work, which is very much appreciated. And of course, Felda is here, her team, the co-chairs and the members of the board to take note of all of these useful suggestions. Now it's the turn of Monaco, please.
Madam Executive Director, Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, allow me to thank the German government for hosting this important conference. Furthermore, I would like to express my wishes of success to Mrs. Mafalda Duarte in her crucial mission, and to congratulate Dr. Mahmoud Mohildin for his efforts in steering this replenishment process. Dear colleagues, 2 weeks ago in New York, UN Secretary General's Climate Action Ambition Summit once again highlighted the urgent need to accelerate and intensify climate action. This first stocktake of the Paris Agreement, which is due to conclude at the COP28 in Dubai, can only reiterate and amplify this message. Among the considerable efforts required in this field, climate finance is the key to support developing countries in their transition to a low-carbon and climate-resilient society. In 2015, we operationalized the Green Climate Fund as a fundamental instrument for the implementation of the Paris Agreement. 8 years later, the fund has demonstrated tangible results in terms of mitigation and adaptation. Monaco has supported the fund since its inception and gradually increased its contribution, becoming the leading contributor per capita during the 2020-2023 period. This year, following the commitment made a few months ago by our Minister of Foreign Affairs and Cooperation, I'm pleased to confirm that the Principality of Monaco's contribution to the fund will amount 3.3 million euros for the 2024-2027 period. This increase confirms my country's political will to support transformative climate action in the most vulnerable countries. It also reflects the hope to see the Green Climate Fund playing a decisive role in mobilizing large-scale financing from different kinds of donors. Ladies and gentlemen, the updated strategic plan for 2024-2027 is very promising in this regard, and we're convinced that the upcoming period will mark a new era for the fund and its effectiveness. The Green Climate Fund can and must become the global catalyst for climate finance. Rest assured, Madam Executive Director, of Monaco full support in embodying this ambitious vision. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Excellency. Your words are reflecting the commitments of your country and the important leadership that we see from Prince, and we remember very well his contributions in many events during the Sharm el-Sheikh COP, and it's good to see the words of leadership are reflected in actions and partnerships. Now it's the turn of Mongolia. It's an Annex I country. There is no representation from Mongolia, but I'm happy to read a letter sent to us by Excellency the Minister of Environment and Tourism of Mongolia, Pat Erden. On behalf of the government of Mongolia, we formally communicate our commitment to the global efforts to tackle climate change and our unwavering support for the Green Climate Fund. Mongolia's collaboration with the GCF has resulted in a number of mitigation, adaptation, and cross-cutting projects approved that will provide a critical support in implementation of the country's NDCs. The collaboration with the GCF has opened doors to a vibrant global network of climate action partners that is helping us to engage in meaningful dialogues and policy discussions regarding important climate solutions and low-carbon climate-resilient pathways. It also allowed Mongolia to contribute, share our unique perspective, and articulate our vision for a sustainable future. This privilege has been invaluable in enabling us to both learn from and contribute to global discourse on climate resilience and sustainability. Recognizing the importance of GCF in fostering global climate action, Mongolia is proud to pledge a contribution of $100,000 to the second replenishment of GCF-2. Mongolia, despite being a developing nation, understands the collective responsibility we all share in addressing the global climate crisis. Our pledge, though modest, is a testament to our commitment to the global community and our belief in the transformative power of the GCF. We look forward to the continued success of the Green Climate Fund and its pivotal role in the global climate agenda. Thank you for the dedication and leadership in this crucial endeavor. Mongolia stands with all of you in the fight against climate change. We welcome Mongolia as a returning contributor from IRM and appreciate doubling of its contribution. Thank you, Mongolia. And as a facilitator, I'm very pleased, not just with the contribution, but basically this kind of leveraging function that the GCF is doing as demonstrated in this letter with great impact. So now it is the turn of the Netherlands. The floor is yours, Netherlands. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, what a pleasure to be here. First, a warm compliment to the German host. Germany doesn't only host today this pledging conference, but earlier this week also the NDC partnership meeting, and that is very consequential and important because we can bring together as much funding as needed, but if we don't organize our partnerships in an impactful and meaningful way, a lot of money will be wasted. And moreover, the countries who we like to empower will be overburdened. So having this coordination and having this cooperation in an NDC partnership, also in the context of the GCF replenishment, is very important. We feel that we really need a more systematic approach than ever if we look at what needs to be achieved. And therefore we also need to move from program activities more to a systemic approach. And we really feel that the GCF is very well positioned with this excellent executive director, but also a really powerful and meaningful and impactful team. So the Netherlands, for all those reasons, for now, is glad to announce preparations for a contribution to GCF of 140 million euros, which is a 16% increase. And as I said, compliments and all the best wishes for the executive director and her team to play an impactful and meaningful way in what needs to be done. Eradicating poverty, working for the most vulnerable, and fighting climate change. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Many thanks for your support, your continued commitment, and you are very much consistent in your support to climate finance across the different institutions, but your dedication to the Green Climate Fund in particular is very welcome. We acknowledge as well the leadership and knowledge that Netherlands is doing in data systems, especially on adaptation. In Africa, that was mentioned several times. I was happy to see that the knowledge reports of the Global Center for Adaptation have been widely used, and this is an area of strength and focus in perspective of equity by the Green Climate Fund. Thank you so much again. Now it's the turn of New Zealand.
Mr. Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, tēnā koutou katoa. On behalf of the New Zealand Government, I am pleased to have the opportunity to address this pledging conference of the Green Climate Fund. I would like to extend our appreciation to the Federal Government of Germany for hosting this important occasion. I also thank Dr. Mahmoud Mohiddin, Ms. Mafalda Duarte, the GCF Secretariat, the GCF Board for their hard work during the replenishing negotiations and for bringing together the members of the GCF community today. Aotearoa New Zealand is committed to enhancing domestic and global action to combat climate change. We are all well aware of the cost of inaction. In our part of the world, the Pacific, climate change is an existential threat. The Pacific has consistently called for action to deliver on what was committed to in the Paris Agreement and to make efforts to limit global warming to no more than 1.5 degrees Celsius. The Green Climate Fund occupies a critical place in the global efforts to do so, and not only as an important source of climate finance for developing countries, it is also a symbol of the health of the multilateral architecture established to combat climate change. It plays a crucial role in helping turn our collective obligations and commitments into action. Aotearoa New Zealand has considered its contribution to the Green Climate Fund carefully. In 2015, we saw the promise of the GCF and contributed to its initial resource mobilisation. In 2019, we increased our contribution with an expectation that the fund would take steps to improve access to those who most need it. The GCF has made significant progress since programming began, stepping up its efforts over the past years, something we very much welcome. But we continue to hear the frustration coming from developing countries, and in particular from SIDS and Pacific Island countries regarding access to the GCF. More work needs to be done to improve access and more quickly. As the fund learns lessons about what works and what doesn't, it needs to continue to evolve. This means listening carefully to those who identify challenges with accessing the fund's resources and what those specific challenges are, as well as finding ways to respond to them. An effective fund cannot be one size fits all. It must deliver for all. A nuanced approach is important. Simplifying access means continuing to simplify accreditation processes and perhaps rethinking accreditation entirely. It means right-sizing requirements to regional capacity constraints and data limitations. And it means understanding and responding to the high transaction costs of delivering projects in remote regions like the Pacific. It is Aotearoa New Zealand's expectation that these issues will be addressed during GCF-2. We are confident the fund will do so. The fund should not shy away from changing operational modalities where it is necessary. We are committed to investing in our partnership with the GCF to encourage progress and seek transformational climate change outcomes. We will engage constructively with other members of the GCF network during GCF-2 to help make sure the GCF is using resources as efficiently and effectively as possible. There is a traditional Māori saying in Aotearoa New Zealand, "Nā tō roro, nā taku roro, ka ora ai te iwi." With your food basket and my food basket, the people will thrive. We can't do this alone. We are dependent on collective action to combat climate change. To support these efforts, Aotearoa New Zealand will contribute 24 million New Zealand dollars to the second replenishment of the Green Climate Fund. This is a 60% increase on our previous contribution. In conclusion, we welcome the new Executive Director and thank the Secretariat staff for their efforts over GCF-1. We also congratulate all the members on a successful GCF replenishment and look forward to continuing the support of the fund in its endeavours. Thank you. Ngā mihi.
Right. Thank you so much for your commitment, your significant increase in contribution, and bringing to us the wisdom of the ancestors and the indigenous people. And one has to maintain neutrality as a moderator of this session, but I cannot hide the admiration of your rugby team. That could get me into some sensitive areas here among other rugby fans and countries with their teams, but nothing is parallel to the haka that really gets us into some sort of determination and enthusiasm, and a bit of resilience as well during the game. Having said that, now it's the turn of Norway, Special Envoy. The stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mahmoud. And we don't play rugby, but we are reasonably good at skiing. But that's a different game here. But let me also thank you, Mahmoud, and the rest of the team for facilitating this replenishment process. You've done an excellent job. And then also let me thank Germany for hosting this conference, and also for the great commitment that Germany has given to the GCF with a significant increase in the pledge that you just made. So, colleagues, I'm pleased to note the level of commitment to the GCF that has been expressed so far through announcements of support and pledges made at this conference, and we still have a few to go. I think also, if we reflect a little bit going back, I think we can be reasonably proud of the significant strides the GCF has actually made so far. But of course, we need to aim for more ambitious impact to match the pace of the climate challenge. So I would also like to thank partners and board colleagues and the Secretariat for the progress that we've actually made during GCF-1. Norway will continue to stress the importance of the GCF delivering results with even greater speed, and also demonstrating value for money in all of its activities. This, of course, includes asking the GCF to further improve its delivery for those countries most vulnerable to climate change, the LDCs and SIDS in particular. We welcome the updated strategy, and for me, the updated strategy is the guide for the GCF going forward, and I really look forward to working with colleagues to deliver on this ambitious strategy. Of course, we're all interested in the specific pledges, so I will cut the rest of my speech and go straight to the pledge. And on behalf of the Norwegian government, I'm pleased to announce that Norway will be supporting the Green Climate Fund with Norwegian krone 3.2 billion over the period 2024 to 2027. That's about $300 million US, give or take, depending on the exchange rate. Our subject is subject to annual parliamentary approval. We will provide our support in grants in annual installments of Norwegian krone 800 million. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Special Envoy, and many thanks of demonstrating the commitment and support of Norway to the mission and operations of the Green Climate Fund. Now, an Annex 1 country, it's the Republic of Korea's turn. Please to take the stage.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair and honorable representatives. On behalf of Korea, I'd like to thank you to German government for hosting this pledging conference, and also thank you for the GCF management for the work on the second replenishment. I think that this August was the earliest, hottest month on the record. Extreme heavy waves, wildfires, and heavy rains, etc.,
have become a regular part of our lives with increasing frequency. So there is a staggering sense of emergency regarding climate change and climate actions. And I think that despite its challenges, coordinated climate actions is necessary. So we believe that the role and the leadership of GCF are crucial in continuing the momentum of climate action and in addressing the urgent climate finance needs. This second replenishment will be an important milestone for the world's largest climate fund in its leap forward after the successful first decade of operation. So we hope that the replenishment will provide the GCF with growth support for the strengthening its unique set of expertise and swiftly responding to the urgent calls for our developing member countries. It's my great pleasure that we announce that Korea will make a contribution of $300 million to GCF. As a contributor and the host country of GCF, Korea will continue to be a reliable and trustworthy partner through this journey. Thank you.
Many thanks to Korea for the support and, of course, of being the host country for the GCF headquarters and the many partnerships that are there with the government and many of the entities in Korea at large. Now, based on the alphabetical order, we have Slovakia, and they are not with us here in person, and I was asked to share the following on behalf of Slovakia. I was asked to have the privilege to announce its pledge of 2.2 million euros to GCF-2. Slovakia has contributed to GCF since the fund's initial resource mobilization period. This pledge represents a 10% increase on their commitment from the first replenishment. Many thanks to Slovakia for the increased pledge. Thank you. Now to the turn of the ambassador to Germany of Slovenia to take the floor. Excellency.
Thank you very much, Director Duarte, Minister Schulze, State Ministers Flasbarth and Staatssekretärin Morgan, and of course, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to be here and to announce the Slovenian pledge. I would like to start by saying that Slovenia is one of the countries which was hit this summer by severe weather conditions in Europe. We were hit by the biggest natural catastrophe since our independence. The floods have affected 2/3 of Slovenian territory. So unfortunately, we Slovenians have felt, unfortunately, like many others around the world, the effects of climate change in real life. Therefore, we are very much aware that the global climate ambition is still insufficient to meet the goals of the Paris Agreement and to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees. The climate crisis demands urgent, ambitious action and the funding necessary to undertake it. It is therefore particularly important that we continue encouraging and supporting our partners around the world to strengthen our efforts as soon as possible. In an increasingly interconnected world, multilateral aid has a vital role to play in dealing with transnational problems and guaranteeing global stability and sustainable development. Multilateral organizations such as the Green Climate Fund are important partners for the Slovenian climate aid program. The Green Climate Fund, with its transformational climate projects, as we have seen also today, is demonstrating to us that effective progress on the ground is achievable, possible, and tangible. So now let me come to the most important point, why I'm here today. It is with great pleasure that I can reiterate the pledge of the Republic of Slovenia, an increase in our contribution by 50% from the previous replenishment period to 1.5 million euros. And what is even more important, we will continue our efforts in striving to increase even further this pledge in the future. Slovenia is therefore honored to be amongst the donors who can contribute to raising the global climate finance ambition, thus supporting small and developing countries in their effort of becoming climate resistant. And let's take today's pledging conference as an opportunity to encourage also other partners who have not yet made so to join us in this honorable effort. Thank you very much, and vielen Dank auch zu den deutschen Organisation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Excellency, for the contribution and what you emphasized now on the increased contribution, and this is the way it works. You have the increase in the millions to contribute to the billions, to leverage the trillions. And that is basically the aspiration that we're after here. So great support from your country. And it's important as well, while you are an OECD, EU country, you said that your country as well is vulnerable. So it's not an issue of the global south. Everybody now is exposed to these risks that are upon us. Now it is the turn of Spain. Please, Spain, Madam.
So, first of all, on behalf of Spain, I would like to thank the government of Germany for organizing this event and for the warm welcome it has given us. I will start my statement saying that the world is facing critical climate crisis, whose scale and urgency is becoming more and more visible, with major social and economic impacts being felt globally. Hence, it is a global problem that requires a global, coordinated, and ambitious response. And this is why we are gathered here today. Governments have to take on their responsibilities as real catalyzer of the transition needed. Spain is strongly committed to ambitious climate action and leading the way towards the accomplishment of the Paris Agreement. We are located in one of the most vulnerable regions of Europe and therefore most threatened by climate change. So our only path is a firm and determined action on climate change, a demand from our society who is fully aware of the urgency and importance of taking effective measures. This is why Spain is showing clear leadership in taking bold actions and setting the right levers to drive the transformation of our economy to be climate neutral by 2050. In this context, the goal of making financial flows consistent with the mitigation and adaptation goals of the Paris Agreement is crucial for bringing about the transformational changes envisaged by the Paris Agreement. In this context, Spain's recent international climate finance strategy aims precisely at ensuring that Spain's cooperation and financial international instruments are coherent with our strategy and goals against climate change, and that it fulfills with its international climate financing commitments. To achieve this commitment, Spain is increasingly prioritizing climate change in its development cooperation policy, programs, and contributions. And contributions to the Green Climate Fund are of paramount importance, since this is the main financial instrument of the Framework Convention of Climate Change that will ensure that we achieve the Paris Agreement goals, support the implementation of countries' NDCs, and mobilize public and private funding in the right direction. Spain has been supporting the fund since its creation, and as it could not be otherwise, we are also taking steps forward to contribute to the success of the replenishment of the fund. Under a complex scenario, we have been working the last month to ensure we could make a significant contribution to the new phase of the GCF. And this is why it's my pleasure to confirm today what the President of my government announced last September at the United Nations Climate Action Summit, that Spain is going to contribute with 225 million euros to the second replenishment of the Green Climate Fund, which is 50% higher than our 2019 contribution. Spain is ready to keep working with all of you and ensure that the GCF creates its full potential as a transformative tool that helps developing countries to implement their climate goals. Thank you. Gracias.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your commitment, your contribution with significant increase that made the news when that was announced in New York. And happy as well to see Spain is doing well as well in knowledge gaps, including the dedication of one of the top universities, i.e. in Madrid, in areas related to finance, sovereign wealth funds, and the role of SDGs and climate. So many thanks for that. The Honourable Minister Schulz mentioned as well the MDBs and IFI. Spain chairs the IMFC, and we're going to be seeing the annual meetings in a few days in Marrakesh. We're expecting a lot of work, not just on the reforms of the World Bank, but the reforms of the IMF as well. And as I said, Spain is the chair now of the IMFC. Now it's the turn of Sweden, please.
Mr. Chair, Excellencies, Ministers, dear friends, I would like to start with thank Germany for hosting this conference and for your leadership in this process. It's an honor for me to represent the government of Sweden here today. Climate change is one of the biggest challenges of our time. The damage of climate change has made major ecological, economical, and social impacts worldwide and threatens human security. And we could talk long about all the impacts that we have seen just the last months and the sea temperature that is off the charts. The Swedish government has announced to the Parliament that it will increase international climate finance and invest it more efficiently. Sweden is a large donor of climate finance and will continue to be. Sweden supports the efforts to speed up green transition and to strengthen resilience building in vulnerable countries, and to support the implementation of the Paris Agreement. Increased efficiency achieved, for instance, by collaboration with the development banks and the large climate funds, such as the Green Climate Fund. The Swedish government has recently adopted a new strategy on our collaboration with the Green Climate Fund. We are fully committed to the work of the GCF. I would just like to say a few words on our priorities in this regard. GCF need to focus on results. Projects need to deliver the maximum emission reductions and tackle the large emissions to address the urgency of the climate crisis. And this also includes in middle-income countries. Adaptation projects need to prioritize the most vulnerable groups of people within countries. GCF shall use its capital to mobilize additional public and private capital for climate investments. The multiplier effect of the GCF and the funding through GCF is very important. The newly adopted GCF updated strategic plan from 2024 to 27 is a good base for delivering action, and we see that many of our priorities are also well reflected in this strategic plan. The Swedish government will not make an announcement of a pledge to the GCF today at this conference. The government is currently developing a reform agenda for the Swedish development cooperation, including the climate finance, and the Swedish government will announce our contribution to the GCF-2 replenishment at a later moment in the near future. We need to broaden the base for climate finance. We need new donors stepping forward to join this pledging round to support the GCF for mitigation and adaptation, strengthening the world's response to the climate crisis. Sweden contributes in many ways to the implementation of the Paris Agreement and partners with many countries and actors in combating climate change. To conclude, Sweden looks forward to continue to work together with the Green Climate Fund, with the new Executive Director Mafalda Duarte and the whole Secretariat team to deliver impactful results for climate change mitigation and adaptation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and many thanks to the recognition of the strategy of the GCF and your update on the commitments on climate finance and the Paris Agreement. We recognize as well what you just mentioned about the reforms on the international finance support by Sweden, and we are expecting that, we hope, in the near future to be reflected in the usual support of Sweden to the Green Climate Fund. Thank you so much. Now it is the turn of Switzerland, and I'm asked, I was in Switzerland yesterday, and got an update from them verbally, but now it's the formal message on behalf of Switzerland, who couldn't join us in person today, and I was asked to have the privilege to announce Switzerland's intention to pledge to the GCF-2. We thank them in advance, and we look forward to the formal pledge announcement in the coming weeks. So many thanks in advance to Switzerland for their intentions. And now on the second, or the next country, is the UK.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ministers, Excellencies, colleagues and friends, I'm delighted to be here today on behalf of the UK and thank the Government of Germany for hosting us here in Bonn. As the world's largest dedicated climate fund, the Green Climate Fund plays a critical role in our collective efforts to combat climate change, both in directly supporting accelerated climate action in developing countries and in shifting and catalysing financial flows managed by the private sector into low-emission and climate-resilient investments. The UK has been a strong supporter of the GCF since its inception. As our Prime Minister announced at the G20 Leaders Summit in Delhi last month, we will provide $2 billion, that's £1.62 billion, to the GCF's second replenishment. This substantial contribution, a 12.7% increase on our GCF-1 pledge, is the biggest single funding commitment the UK has made to date to help the world tackle climate change. This pledge will enable deeper investment by the fund in supporting climate adaptation and resilience and mitigation in developing countries over the coming 4 years. But the scale of the climate crisis we all face demands yet more urgent action. It is vital that the GCF delivers results with even greater speed and impact. The UK welcomes the acknowledgement by the new Executive Director of the calls for the GCF to improve its efficiency and effectiveness, and her commitment to speed up and simplify access to the fund. This is essential. It's also important that the GCF deepens its collaboration with other sources of support for climate action. Improved coordination between funds will help to simplify the climate finance landscape and make it easier for developing countries to access the support they need. Finally, the UK attaches particular priority to the GCF urgently accelerating its delivery for the poorest and most vulnerable countries, including those countries at the forefront of the climate crisis who have yet to benefit fully from the support the GCF provides. The UK looks forward to working closely with the GCF, with the Executive Director and the full team, fellow board members and all stakeholders over the coming period to continue to drive forward the GCF in order to maximise its impact and support it to deliver on its full potential. Thank you.
Right, and many thanks to the UK for the commitment, the support, the contribution, and the increase in the support as just being reflected now, and that was a good announcement as well during the Climate Ambitions Summit in New York. And in earlier reference, I mentioned the success of COP26 in getting many platforms and coalitions to work in support of partnerships, including with the private sector, philanthropies, and through that work, we are working hard with potential partnerships to support the climate action agenda. And with the good work and innovation of the Green Climate Fund and the partnership with the private sector, many of the outcomes of COP26 will be realized in the future. Now it is the turn of the United States of America. The floor of yours. Yes, co-chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mahmoud. Thank you, Mafalda. Ministers, Your Excellencies, friends, colleagues, board members. I have the pleasure of reading a statement on behalf of Alexia Latortue. She is the Assistant Secretary for International Trade and Development at the U.S. Treasury, and on behalf of the United States. Let me start by extending my heartfelt gratitude to the government of Germany for hosting the pledging conference and their tireless efforts to advance the GCF, set it up for success in its second replenishment period. Thank you. I very much wish I could be here with you all at the GCF pledging conference. It is an important milestone in a critical year for our shared climate ambition. I hope to see many of you in Marrakesh next week and in COP in less than 2 months. The United States is steadfastly committed to President Biden's pledge to increase US climate finance to help developing countries tackle the urgent threat of climate change. To achieve this goal, the United States recognizes and applauds the role of the GCF as a central piece in the international climate finance architecture. Indeed, the GCF has come a long way since it began dispersing funds in 2015, and many of us have yet higher expectations for how it can continue to deliver better and faster for countries. The United States, along with Pakistan, have been privileged to serve as the co-chairs of the board for the GCF this year. We have sought to use our co-chairmanship to set the GCF up for success during its second replenishment period by hiring a strong and visionary leadership in the person that is Mafalda Duarte, the new executive director, and second, by adopting an ambitious and impactful, focused strategic plan for 2024 to 2027. We have the foundation for the new era of a GCF. Mafalda, you have our heartfelt and strong and steadfast confidence. We are here to support you and your full team as you pursue an ambitious reform agenda to bring the GCF to the next level. With the window to keep 1.5 degrees within reach closing fast, and in the face of devastating extreme weather events, the future is here, and we must act with greater urgency and purpose now. The GCF must do its part by dramatically improving access to finance, especially for SIDS, LDCs, and African states, by maintaining its strong focus on adaptation, particularly for the most vulnerable. 2, by better leveraging its resources to maximize the impact of limited concessional capital, especially for those countries and projects that are least able to mobilize private finance. And 3rd, by increasing the mobilization of private finance and private capital. With an unparalleled breadth of financial tools, the GCF has a significant potential for greater innovation and mobilization. The GCF is the vanguard of the climate finance architecture because it takes risks, it does first-of-its-kind projects, and it pioneers solutions. In evolutionary biology, the Red Queen effect means that staying in the same pace is falling behind, and species must continually adapt and evolve to survive. This is true for the GCF, as it is for all of us in this room. To stay at the vanguard, to continue to rise to the moment on climate, that means the GCF must evolve. In closing, the United States is currently working on our announcement, but is unfortunately not in a position to pledge today given ongoing uncertainty in our budget process. We look forward to working with the GCF and all of you today in Bonn to moving things forward. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much, Madam Co-Chair, for these words of commitment and support of the U.S. to the Green Climate Fund, its leadership, the Secretariat, and the emphasis on the areas of work, especially on matters related to more collaboration with the private sector. Now, I'd like to thank you all. I'd like to thank all the contributors who have announced their pledges for GCF-2, and as you have seen, it's not just the announcements made just now, but more to come as being shared. And I'd like to reiterate how crucial these contributions are for the implementation of critical work in climate action through the GCF. We have taken another concrete step together to hold the climate crisis, and that deserves a round of applause for our contributors. The announcement made by governments and representatives of governments, but these are contributions from the people who managed to have this allocation to other people around the world in the spirit of collaboration, partnership, and securing the implementation of the Paris Agreement for the planet and for the people. Thank you so much. Well, pledges are only the starting point of the GCF-2 programming process. The pledges made here today will now turn to funding for projects and programs that benefit the most vulnerable communities that are impacted by climate change. However, to be able to convert pledges to actions, to funds, all contributors will need to sign contribution agreements. And we're not sparing any time. We started with 3 of them today. We're very grateful to Austria, Germany, and Monaco, who have agreed to be early adopters of GCF-2 contribution agreements by signing here with us today. Early signing is especially important to meet the critical 25% effectiveness threshold, which means that the GCF's commitment authority for GCF-2 will come effective when 25% of the total amount pledged at the pledging conference is confirmed by fully executed contribution agreements and arrangement. Early signing, confirmation of announced pledges will allow the board of GCF to allocate funds from GCF-2 to projects and programs in a timely manner. This issue of being timely, speed, expedite action have been reflected almost by everyone who spoke today. If I can please ask Ms. Mafalda Duarte to come to the stage. I will then call on the signing countries one by one. Yeah, please do. So as we started with the alphabetical order, we'll do the same by calling on Austria, please. Thank you so much, Austria, and congratulations to the GCF. And now, may I call on the second country, please, Germany. So that's to be signed, so that's why we have those chairs added to the scene. Many thanks again to Germany and the people of Germany, through their government, and many congratulations for the Green Climate Fund. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much. And now it is the turn of the third country. Monaco, please take the floor. And what will be signed in its way? Thank you so much. Many thanks to Monaco and the people of Monaco, and congratulations to the Green Climate Fund. So at this stage, I'd like to congratulate Austria, Germany, and Monaco, and of course the GCF for this signing and for immediately converting their announced pledges to signed and confirmed pledges today. Very pleased to announce to you all that with signing of these three contribution agreements, we just reached the 25% effectiveness threshold. Please join me in another round of applause and congratulations to all. Now, would you like me to go there? Or? Okay. So many thanks again, and many thanks to the help and support of the Secretariat, and particularly to Minsu and the team behind her. There have been interesting updates that I haven't seen before during the chairing or moderating a session, but this is the way that the dynamics of these discussions are. Now, like to thank you all again, and all participants for the contribution, and for those who are intended to contribute. There are high expectations for that going forward. And while we have been pledging and signing, the active Secretariat has been diligently calculating the total amount pledged in US dollars using the previously decided GCF-2 reference rate, as discussed and agreed upon the first consultation meeting of GCF-2 in December of last year. This reference rate uses a 6-month period from January the 1st, 2023 to June the 30th of 2023 as the time period to calculate the reference exchange rate for GCF-2. Now, with a total of 25 contributors, pledges made today at the high-level pledging conference of the second replenishment of the Green Climate Fund amount to a total of $9.322 billion, including credit for expedited payment. In addition, 5 countries today expressed their intention to pledge their contributions or mention their intention to announce. 75% of the contributors increased their contribution compared to GCF-1, and it is indeed a remarkable outcome and good news for climate action. Congratulations. Of course, this result couldn't have been achieved without your support as contributors and advocates of the GCF. And I would say as well that the beneficiaries, many beneficiaries of the work of the GCF had helped a great deal in confirming their trust and confidence in the GCF and managed to convey messages of support to the GCF to many of the contributors today. And can as well confirm that many of the contributors were keen to learn firsthand from those who benefited not just from governments, but from communities who have been impacted positively by the contributions and the investment finance and the technical support of the GCF in the field. The replenishment, let me emphasize here, the replenishment does not end here. GCF-2 continues beyond today's conference, and countries can pledge at any point during the 4-year cycle. But with what we heard today, earlier the better, sooner the better, more definitely the better. And we hope to continue having your critical support in advocating for very well replenished GCF. At this stage, I'm very happy that the outcomes of COP27 and the decisions of the negotiators, either during the summit or the process, have been reflected effectively here, and that will be shared as well at COP28. Let's give a big round of applause for today's achievements and their critical impact on the climate crisis. Again, applause please. Once again, a huge thank you to everyone attending. In just a moment, we will break for lunch. We'll take a group photo in front of the stage here. So the stage place will be prepared. I would ask the following representatives please to come to the stage for a group photo. Heads of delegations of contributors, all heads of delegations please. The German Minister and State Secretariat, the high-level dialogue speakers, the co-chairs of the board, and the executive team of the Secretariat. So please be guided. So that will be in the back there, okay? Yeah. So you'll be, yeah. Mm-hmm. So again, of contributors, German Minister, State Secretaries, high-level dialogue speakers, co-authors of the board, executive team of the Secretariat. And just to announce, while we are all arranged to tell you about what's happening, while some of us will be having lunch, or all of us actually, some of us will be at the press conference that will be held to share the results of today's pledging conference with the media.
You have to stay a little bit closer. Not yet. One more minister coming. Yes? Can you stay a little bit closer?
Could you switch to the lights? Is that possible?
Stay a little bit closer. So now everybody's in the picture. And I'm happy if you give me a smile. Wow. One more photographer here in the picture.
There are two things that are going to happen in parallel now. We'll have a press conference that will be held, and those will be participating in the press conference know themselves. Meanwhile, we'll have our lunch. The lunch will be followed by two high-level dialogues on the role of the GCF in a changing world and the state of international climate finance. We hope that you will all join us for these engaging discussions. Between some of our participants would leave earlier as well, so we'll be starting sharp on time. And again, thank you all. Lunch and the press conference. Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome to the press conference for the high-level pledging conference of the Green Climate Fund. We're coming to you live from Bonn, Germany, and my name is Stephanie Speck. I'm the Head of Communications for the Green Climate Fund. For those of our press who are here in the room with us today, welcome. And in the spirit of the times, we are also live in a hybrid capacity, and welcome to those who have joined us on Zoom today from all around the world. Let me quickly, before we begin, and I'll give you a few ground rules in a moment, let me introduce our panel today. I have to my left the Federal Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development, Germany, Minister Svenja Schulze. Thank you. And continuing down the row, the Prime Minister of Cook Islands, His Excellency Mr. Mark Brown. Welcome, Prime Minister Brown. And Executive Director of the Green Climate Fund, Ms. Mafalda Duarte. Thank you, Mafalda. And at the end of the row there, welcome State Secretary, Federal Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ms. Jennifer Morgan. We'll follow a quite traditional and classic press conference format today, in which I'll ask our guests here to deliver prepared remarks, and then I'll open the floor for questions. There'll be a mixture of English and German spoken today, and there are headsets available at the back of the room. If anyone needs to grab one, please, I'll give you a moment now, if that makes things easier. I think we're all comfortable and ready to start. Minister, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will change in German, so please help yourself with the translation for the German press. It's easier in that way. Meine Damen und Herren, wir sind heute einen wirklich wichtigen Schritt weitergekommen für den weltweiten Klimaschutz. 9,322 Milliarden US-Dollar wurden heute für den gemeinsamen Kampf gegen den Klimawandel zugesagt. Damit wird der grüne Klimafonds seine wichtige Arbeit in Schwellen- und Entwicklungsländern in den nächsten Jahren weiter vorantreiben können. Er wird investieren können in klimaangepasste Landwirtschaft, in Küstenschutz, in Wiederbewaldung, in die Energiewende in Afrika, in Asien, in Osteuropa, Lateinamerika oder auf den Inseln von Karibik und Pazifik. Bisher haben 1 Milliarde Menschen von der Arbeit des grünen Klimafonds profitieren können. Und mit dem Ergebnis dieser Konferenz heute wird diese wirklich unverzichtbare Arbeit weitergehen können. 9,322 Milliarden US-Dollar. Das ist ein wirklich ermutigendes Zwischenergebnis. Aber wichtige Geberländer wie die USA und Schweden müssen erst noch die Voraussetzungen für eine Zusage schaffen. Man sieht, dass der Druck auf die öffentlichen Haushalte in den Geberländern steigt. Ich bin aber sehr zuversichtlich, dass in den nächsten Wochen und Monaten, hoffentlich bis zur Weltklimakonferenz jetzt im Dezember, weitere Zusagen kommen werden. Und für eine finale Bewertung dieser Finanzierungsrunde ist es heute noch zu früh. Meine Damen und Herren, die wichtigste Währung in der internationalen Klimapolitik sind aber nicht Euro oder Dollar. Die wichtigste Währung ist Vertrauen. Wir haben eine gemeinsame globale Aufgabe, die wir nur lösen können, wenn alle mitmachen. Und jeder Einzelne muss sich darauf verlassen können, dass auch die anderen in dieselbe Richtung gehen. Das ist der Kern des Pariser Klimaabkommens. Und zu diesem Abkommen gehört auch die Solidarität mit den Entwicklungsländern, die Industrieländer, die ihren Wohlstand auf dem Verbrennen fossiler Energien aufgebaut haben, unterstützen die, die den Weg in die postfossile Wirtschaft oder die Anpassung an den Klimawandel noch nicht aus eigener Kraft schaffen. Und was mir dabei wirklich Mut gemacht hat, war der von Kenia ausgerichtete afrikanische Klimagipfel vor einem Monat. Denn dort wurde eine bemerkenswerte Aufbruchsstimmung deutlich. Es gibt eine große Bereitschaft vieler Länder, auf ihrem Entwicklungspfad das fossile Zeitalter zu überspringen und voranzuschreiten mit erneuerbaren, mit postfossilen Technologien. Und dass das eben nicht nur für Afrika gilt, sondern für viele Regionen weltweit, das wurde auch hier heute in Bonn noch einmal deutlich. Was dafür gebraucht wird, sind massive Finanzmittel für Investitionen in Energiewende und Klimaanpassung. Und ich kann für Deutschland sagen, wir stehen zu unserer Verantwortung. Wir haben hier in Bonn 2 Milliarden Euro für den grünen Klimafonds zugesagt. Den Vertrag habe ich eben unterschrieben. Das gilt aber nicht nur für den grünen Klimafonds, das gilt auch für die internationale Klimafinanzierung insgesamt, die ja weit über diesen Fonds hinausgeht. Sie kennen das Versprechen der Industriestaaten, pro Jahr 100 Milliarden US-Dollar für Klimaschutz und Klimaanpassung in Schwellen- und Entwicklungsländern zu mobilisieren. Und dieses Versprechen muss endlich eingelöst werden. Und Deutschland leistet hier bereits seinen fairen Anteil. Und auf dieser Grundlage können wir auch andere auffordern, ebenfalls ihren fairen Anteil zu leisten. Ich bin dankbar für alle, die heute Zusagen gemacht haben, aber ich habe die Erwartung, dass weitere Zusagen folgen werden, wenn ich zum Beispiel an die USA, an Schweden, Italien oder die Schweiz denke. Und wenn wir Industriestaaten mit gutem Beispiel vorangegangen sind, dann sollten im nächsten Schritt auch weitere Länder solidarisch sein und sich finanziell beteiligen. Ich denke etwa an die Golfstaaten, die mit fossilen Energien reich geworden sind, oder auch an Länder wie China, die inzwischen große Anteile am weltweiten CO2-Ausstoß haben. Meine Damen und Herren, mein Einsatz für mehr Finanzmittel für den Klimaschutz wird schon nächste Woche weitergehen bei der Jahrestagung der Weltbank in Marrakesch, denn es reicht nicht, einzelne Fonds wie den grünen Klimafonds gut auszustatten. Wir brauchen insgesamt eine Reform der Finanzarchitektur, damit mehr Investitionen in Entwicklungsländern möglich werden. Darum will ich nächste Woche gemeinsam mit Mitstreiterinnen und Mitstreitern eine Reform der Weltbank erreichen, die mehr Mittel freimacht für Investitionen, die eben nicht nur einzelnen Ländern zugutekommen, sondern der ganzen Welt. Und das sind zum Beispiel Investitionen in Solarparks oder eben in den Schutz des Regenwaldes. Wenn die Arbeit also nahtlos weitergeht, will ich die Gelegenheit nutzen, Danke zu sagen an alle, die zum Gelingen dieser Konferenz heute hier in Bonn beigetragen haben. Gemeinsam haben wir heute ein Zeichen der weltweiten Solidarität setzen können. Dafür nochmal an alle ganz, ganz herzlichen Dank.
Minister Schulze, thank you very much for those clear and confirmational remarks. Thank you. Prime Minister Brown, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Firstly, let me offer my congratulations to those countries that have made their commitments and their pledges that we heard this morning, led admirably by the government of Germany, and congratulations on that. As one of the countries at risk of the impacts of climate change, the Green Climate Fund plays a critical role in supporting and helping our countries build resilience against the impacts of climate change. The Pacific has been an area that has been underserved and underfunded for many years in terms of financing for climate resilience. Therefore, I applaud the commitment that has been made, which is an increase on the previous pledging conference, and demonstrates the commitment, the understanding that emitting countries have towards supporting countries at risk of the impacts of climate change. The target of $100 billion may seem like a large amount of money, but in the context of global financing, it represents a modest sum of money, particularly when put against the amount of money that is put into fossil fuel subsidies for last year alone exceeding $1 trillion. So what we're asking for member countries and their commitments to the Paris Agreement in financing the Green Climate Fund is something that we strongly endorse and strongly support. The Pacific and many countries, particularly small island countries, small island developing states, have found it difficult at times to be able to access climate financing. So I'm very pleased at the way that the Green Climate Fund has evolved since its inception to take into account these challenges that have been put forward by Pacific countries in terms of the onerous processes involved in accessing very critical funds to help build resilience. So the new modalities that have been developed by the Green Climate Fund are to be applauded. We certainly look forward to having that speeded up process. But the Pacific itself has not sat still and waited for this process to take place. We have established and set up a Pacific Resilience Facility, a vehicle that will hopefully attract funding that will go towards resilience building measures, particularly for small island developing states where the resilience needs are quite small on an economies of scale concept. What we're asking for small island communities to build against the impacts of slow onset climate change, the gradual erosion that is occurring in our islands, on top of the extreme weather conditions that now hit us more frequently and much more intensity. Small projects make a big difference in small communities. These are funds that generally would fly under the radar of a normal size application that comes to entities like the Green Climate Fund. But they go a long way towards helping small communities build resilience, strengthen the seawalls where the villages are against the ocean, and it enables them to buy time, if you like, while we push for the rest of the world to reduce its carbon emissions as the only solution to try and reduce the impacts of climate change. Our communities need to buy time to be able to get over that hurdle. And so the investments that I mentioned, the $1 trillion that went towards subsidies on fossil fuel, we need to find a way to turn those that sort of funding, that sort of money towards investment in renewable energy to help countries still dependent on carbon to move towards renewable energy. Thank you very much.
Prime Minister Brown, thank you very much. And we greatly welcome the long trip that's brought you here and also the perspective of being a leader on the front line of climate change. Mafalda, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Pleasure being seated here with Minister Schulz, Prime Minister Brown, and Special Envoy Jennifer. And as you heard me say in the plenary session, I would like to first express our deep gratitude to Germany for championing this replenishment and hosting this pledging conference, and congratulating Germany on its remarkable leadership in climate finance. Let me also join the Minister and the Prime Minister in thanking all of the contributors and partners who made today possible. As you, not all of you, but many of you heard this today in this second replenishment pledging conference, we have so far secured $9.3 billion from 25 countries, and 5 countries have announced or signaled their intent to pledge ahead of COP, so in the coming weeks, to provide the support to nations, to developing countries that are really on the front lines of climate change. So this today marks the latest milestone in a replenishment that started quite a few months ago, and Germany certainly paved the way with its significant, the pledge of a significant new contribution, and I strongly believe that created a strong momentum for others that followed, including UK in the most recent G20 meeting. We also heard from several countries commitments at the recent UN General Assembly and UN Climate Ambition Summit. These new contributions will build on our current capitalization of $17 billion, of which 13 billion are already committed, and mobilizing an additional more than 35 billion in finance to really support communities and accelerate green economies in 129 countries. It is important to note, as Minister Schulz also noted, that so far, 3/4 of our contributors increased their pledges from previous levels. Several of them actually doubled their pledge, including Denmark, Ireland, and Liechtenstein. But 6 others increased by more than 50% from last time, very significant. And we welcomed a new contributor, Israel. And a few countries, developing countries, also having announced their contributions. So with these resources, we, and those that will come in the coming weeks ahead of COP, we anticipate that we'll be able to commit $2 to $3 billion every year, increasing our annual programming volume thus far by at least 1/3. And of course, with this, catalyzing a lot more investment from other partners. In a couple of weeks, our board will meet, and it is expected that they will approve an additional $700 million worth of investments in project proposals, adding to the 13 billion already committed. As Prime Minister Brown noted, these contributions, small and large, and I second him quite strongly, that we need to be able, and I've consistently conveyed this message, we need to be able to reach the most vulnerable people and communities. And reaching the most vulnerable people and communities implies meeting them where they are and responding to their needs, which means smaller investments as well, not just large investments. These, I'm quite confident that with the new pledges and these new contributions, we will be able to respond to that challenge much more strongly than even before. Certainly, I'm very pleased this is a welcome vote of confidence in GCF and its mission. a mission that we certainly take very seriously, and that it wouldn't be possible without the advocacy, the support, and the leadership of the countries who have pledged so far, but also countries like Cook Island, who stand here by us and reiterate, and others in the room reiterate the importance of climate finance and the mission of the Green Climate Fund. So with these funds, we will be delivering on a more ambitious 2024-2027 programming period, where we will focus on targeting the most vulnerable people and communities, on doubling down on unlocking private sector investments, and moving away from one-off initiatives towards more transformative and systemic country-driven programs. GCF has an unmatched potential to deliver on this. I introduced recently a vision for reform that I hope will allow GCF to build on its track record. It is my vision for GCF to efficiently and impactfully manage a capitalization of $50 billion by 2030. We've called this 50 by 30. The capitalization, of course, is important, but how we'll get there is as critically important. So I have reiterated our focus on reforms, on the needed reforms, on responding to the feedback we have heard from countries, and really making sure that we simplify access, that we reimagine our partnership model, and we really reorient our focus towards the three objectives I highlighted earlier on. We believe that this is a significant inflection point on the road to COP28, because a measure of success in the UAE will be the scale of finance developed countries put forward to show solidarity with the world's most vulnerable nations. So with GCF-2, with this pledging conference, we are making very tangible progress towards that role, and to the nations yet to pledge, and to those I'm very confident are about to, I extend my thanks in advance, and I invite all of us to continue to work together and really rise to this occasion. Thank you.
Mafalda, thank you, and thank you for that additional fine detail there too. This information will be available in a press release, which you're able to access via QR code on the door after this event. State Secretary Morgan, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much. Thank you very much, dear Minister, Prime Minister, and Executive Director. It's a great pleasure to be here today, and a day that I think is a very significant one. We know that the climate crisis is the greatest challenge of our time, and I think the Green Climate Fund is a symbol that we as a global community are tackling this challenge together in solidarity. And it's not only, though, a symbol, as you've heard, it's also a powerful tool, which is just getting stronger and stronger with every new pledge to build the resilience that we heard about that's needed around the world, and also to seize the opportunities of the green transformation and create sustainable growth. And I think many countries, and this is one of my key things that I've heard in New York, in Nairobi, I was in Beijing last week, but they understand the potential to bring energy, climate, and economic security together. They want to move beyond fossil fuels, and they want to create new jobs and new economic opportunities through the build-out of renewables and investments in green technologies. And Germany is so committed to the GCF because we see it as that transformation accelerator and a key instrument for supporting countries on their transformation pathway towards more climate resilience and climate prosperity. So thanks to GCF investments, climate resilience has been improved for 1 billion people around the world. It has taken actual tons out of the atmosphere that have been avoided. I think also, as you've heard, we think solidarity is very much part of the GCF's DNA, and working to make sure that more and more of the most vulnerable countries are benefiting from it. We took our role on the board very seriously in addressing the concerns that we heard from our partners, and I'm really pleased and have full confidence in our new executive director that will continue, and that the GCF is on a good path to become even more effective, more accessible, and respond even more directly to the priorities of the most vulnerable, and really continue to drive greater innovation, which I think when I travel around the world, I can hear, oh, that was a GCF project. Ah, that's now being mainstreamed into this. So I think that's quite important. We've already heard today, I think, of all of the countries that have come forward. And I think one of the things just to remember is that in a moment, a geopolitical moment, where we hear so much about fragmentation, today it wasn't about fragmentation. Today it was about solidarity. Today it was about 75% of the countries that had contributed actually increasing their contributions, and hearing that more are coming and new countries are joining. We take our responsibility very seriously, as you've heard this morning. Therefore, Germany stands by that responsibility. We overachieved our 6 billion euro climate finance goal for 2025, 3 years early. And we, on the 100 billion, based on the assumptions of the climate finance delivery plan, we're confident that that goal will be reached this year. And we're also working very hard, particularly with the most vulnerable countries, to get the new loss and damage fund operational as soon as possible, hopefully within 1 year after it was agreed. And that would be a historic achievement. Just as a comparison, it took 5 years to get the GCF up and running. So we're working to accelerate, and I hope that this demonstrates that we're serious about climate finance and about our promises, that we are listening, and that we're constantly working to adapt our approach. Finally, I think as we move into COP28, when we know that the global stocktake is in front of us, has found that we are not on track on mitigation, on adaptation, or on finance, I think it's never been more important to have a strong GCF which can support countries and the ratcheting up of action across all three of those Paris goals. Thanks so much.
State Secretary Morgan, thank you very much for that strong reminder of solidarity in the face of the climate crisis, the global climate crisis from which no one is immune. I'm going to open the floor for questions. I'd really appreciate if you can let us know who you are and which media outlet you're representing. Feel free to direct your questions to members of the panel, and I would invite members of the panel to feel free to comment if you would like to have something to add to a panel member's comments. I'll take groups of questions in threes. Thank you.
Thank you. Lukas Scheid for Table Media. So the 9.3 billion are actually less than in 2019. So the total sum actually decreased by $500 million. And we know during the 4-year period a lot can change. For instance, the US presidency that all of a sudden doesn't want to pay anymore what they promised. So are these 9.3 billion really a success, and isn't it far less than actually necessary? Thank you.
I'm happy to take another question, or I'll hand directly over to Mafalda.
They are a success because I think it's important to note, as several of us have remarked, that 75% of the contributors have increased from last time. What is happening right now is that several of the countries are still going through their internal domestic budgetary processes, and several of those had managed to pledge last time at the pledging conference, but they were not prepared to pledge today. But we are very confident that they will pledge in the coming weeks, and that will take us to a level above last time. But of course, this GCF, this is an important contribution, and GCF has a critical role to play. Everybody recognizes that more ambition is necessary, and I think these are part of broader efforts that Minister Schulz also alluded to, of reforming of the international financial system so that it's more responsive, the reform of the MDBs, and other discussions that are happening which are necessary to respond to the challenge. So we need to see greater ambition across the board. We need to see further collaboration, more partnerships. This is something that I am also very committed to, is making sure that the GCF uses its platform, quite a unique platform, and the fact that it works with many different institutions and organizations that have never been empowered before with climate finance, and that we enable these organizations to come together for greater impact.
Please. Just a thought from my side. I mean, I think the way to consider this is it's not the end, it's the beginning. We marked this conference as a key milestone on the way to the COP after having the New York Climate Ambition Summit, moving forward, fully recognizing that there are different budgetary processes and timelines for countries. But I think we feel very confident because, as I said, in this moment where there's so many different crises and challenges around the world, that you have such a group that's come together, that's upped their commitments, and that we know that there are 5 more coming, and coming before the COP. So I think we're feeling confident about that, and we see this very much as the beginning. As was stated earlier, the pledges we expect to continue to come in, and Germany will remain active on that with our partners. And I think today for us was even more of a confirmation. There was a sense of being part of something here today, being part of something of making a difference for people on the ground, and countries like Israel that come in and want to be part of this. I think for me is a very also a important symbolic moment of how we have this unity in addressing this crisis, this climate crisis, particularly for the most vulnerable. And that's a very important message moving towards a COP, which is at a critical juncture where we need such a turning point. Thanks.
And I would like to underline that is not, it is really, this is the start of the pledging, and we want to reach other states are delivering before the COP, and there are announcements that they will deliver. And I think that what was shown here was really solidarity. I was really impressed by a very, very small pledge, the pledge from Mongolia. Mongolia said $1,000 US is really a small country, $100,000 US, really a small country, a developing country, and they said, we want to be part of it. We want to show our solidarity. That is really, that shows solidarity, and that means that we tackle the problems together here, and that is really shown here today.
Thank you. I'm happy to take a follow-up, or please, in the second row. Thank you.
Yeah, hello. My name is Sandra Prüfer. I'm freelancer here today for African News Analyst. And just like today, the report came in from a UN report issued ahead of the COP28 that fossil fuel exploration should cease globally by 2030, and the funding to rescue the poor countries of the impact of climate change should reach between 200 billion and 400 billion a year by the same date, so 2030. Now, right now we're approaching 24, and it's really hard to even raise 100 billion per year. So my question, kind of like the road ahead. And then the second one, and it also goes to the next week meeting of the World Bank and IMF. Global South countries are currently spending 5 times more on repaying debt than they are addressing the impact of the climate crisis. And climate finance is, majority given as a loan, 21% versus 26 as a grant. So, because you mentioned especially helping vulnerable countries and communities, how can the Green Climate Fund, you know, like change that course or address, you know, this issue? And also the need determination report from the Standing Committee on Finance said the Global South countries will require at least 5.8 to 5.9 trillion together to reach their individual NDCs. So the question is, how does the Green Climate Fund contribute to this?
Thank you very much. I'll open the panel. Mafalda, you may like to lead.
There's quite a few questions over there, and important ones. So this is what myself and Minister Schulz were also alluding to, and probably Prime Minister Brown will also have remarks to make. We have an international financial system that is not really fit for a purpose right now and needs adjustments because, as you rightly pointed out, developing countries pay a lot more out of their revenues as part of their revenues in debt. It is 3% in developed countries. It's around 14% for developing countries. Outstanding debt of developed countries are at an interest rate of around 1%. In developing countries, it's 3%. We also saw in response to the pandemic, and then when in fact the impacts of the pandemic were not being felt as strongly in developing countries as they were being felt in developed countries, but it was developing countries that suffered the most from downgrades of the credit rating agencies. And that wasn't necessarily justified on macroeconomic fundamentals. So this is just pointing to several issues that are being discussed in different fora, will continue to be discussed at the annual meetings of the World Bank and IMF next week, and Prime Minister Mia Mottley and the Bridgetown Initiative placing a big emphasis on, so that all of those efforts are really necessary. When it comes to climate finance, we are in a situation right now where countries, and we'll see what are the latest numbers from IMF, we are in a situation where we have many more countries in debt distress or risk of debt distress, which really challenged them in responding to the multiple crises, including climate, which they are already impacted disproportionately. This is not going to be, responding to these compounding crises and challenges is not going to be a one response. It needs to be an aggregation of responses and elements that are being discussed as part of this broader reform of the climate finance architecture. But there are interesting things that climate finance can do, and that GCF has started to work on and will continue to work on. So initiatives or modalities of climate for debt swaps that can help on both fronts, on tackling the debt constraints that countries are facing, while also supporting them drive more climate investments and climate results. You mentioned the level of funding. So that's one part of the question, which is a big and important one. You mentioned as well the trillions. The trillions, we have to understand, the trillions will come from private investment. We need to use the public investment wisely alongside the policy and the regulatory reforms that are necessary to including what Prime Minister was just saying, the reform of subsidies that are harmful. And if we were just to channel part of those resources of the harmful subsidies towards clean investments, we would be making a great deal of progress. So climate finance, again, these trillions, these will come from private investments. We need to use the public resources to unlock these private investments and really to then use the necessary level of grants and concessional finance to support the most vulnerable and the poorest communities. So climate finance has a big role to play there.
I think the question asked requires a broader answer. Essentially, it's not the Green Climate Fund that needs to provide $100 billion. It's the donor countries that need to put the money in to demonstrate their commitment. As I mentioned before, in the global context, $100 billion is a modest sum of money. Today's global GDP is $105 trillion. $100 billion represents less than 0.1% of that global GDP. In 2015, when we look at it, global GDP was $75 trillion. So it's grown 30% since 2015, but the value of that 100 billion has declined by 30% over that time. So it's not saying the money is not there. Certainly, as Mafalda indicated, the money is in the private sector, but private sector investment requires a return. There is a lot that is required by vulnerable countries in investment that cannot provide return. This is where grant funding becomes important. We've been advocating for many, many years now that funding that comes to small island developing states, vulnerable communities, cannot be in the form of borrowing, of loans. As we heard, in many cases, it just adds to debt distress of existing countries. More than that, though, from a moral perspective, countries like ours should not have to borrow money from countries that cause the climate emissions in order to protect ourselves against the impacts of those emissions. So it should be focused on grant funding. With all private investment, we have to look at where the opportunity is and where the value is to be able to make those investments worthwhile for the private investors. So far, the investments in fossil fuels has proven to be very, very profitable. The current situation of Russia and Ukraine has seen price of fossil fuels increase, which has led to significant profits from those who are in this industry. We need to have to divert that investment into areas of renewable energy, into the areas of critical metals. These are where returns can be made in shifting away from fossil fuel to green energy. It's not going to be simple. The Green Climate Fund is part of a package that the world has put together to address this. But at the end of the day, commitment by countries who are significant polluters in putting funds towards helping countries combat climate impacts, and also committing to their carbon reduction targets. Those are the critical things that matter.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister Brown. Would any other panel members like to add? Yes. There's about 5 minutes left, and we have quite a list of questions that have come in on Zoom. Thank you for those. I may just follow up with Megan Rowling from Thomson Reuters, who has a question for Germany because it continues the conversation a little. Megan's asked, please, could you elaborate on when we will know if donors have contributed $100 billion in climate finance this year? Will it be before COP28? And how is that being calculated? How will it be announced?
Yes, we are expecting that there will be an update from the OECD on the numbers that will occur before COP28, and would expect them to put that out there, as they always do, in a public forum and transparently. So I think that is That is the plan from our understanding.
Thank you very much. If we don't make it through the questions on Zoom today, I will take note of those, and we'll come back to you with, we have your details, we'll come back to you with some answers. So don't fear. If you're not here in the room and we don't get to you, we will respond. I may just quickly address the question from Richard Naidu from the Islands Business Magazine in Fiji. Welcome, Richard. I have the feeling you're up very late. You've made a comment that today's comments seem to be a very optimistic outcome of GCF commitments. And in view of the upcoming COP28, how do you see the prospects for accelerating the decarbonisation process of the global energy grid if the major emitters such as China and US are not committing to reduce emissions? I'm opening that up for the panel. I think Prime Minister Brown touched on that actually in his remarks. I'm happy if you want to take a second stab at that, sir, or if someone else would like to comment. Thank you.
Well, yes, I guess we can elaborate a little bit more. Two of the biggest economies in the world, one of a developed economy that has made commitments to its carbon emissions. It'll be a challenge, but it's demonstrated that with the passing of its Inflation Reduction Act geared towards supporting decarbonising the economy in the United States. So it is a work in progress. As for China, again, one of the countries that is looking to lift its people out of poverty and increase prosperity. So dependence on energy and cheap energy at that is critical for large population countries, not just China, India, many of the other countries in Asia. This is a real challenge for global economies, for how do we help and support these particular economies reduce their carbon emissions, move towards alternative energy sources. And I don't have the answers other than to say we need to do it. But finding a road to how we do it is going to be the real challenge.
Thank you very much. We have several questions here. My panel members can see these in front of us. There's a question from Bloomberg addressed to State Secretary Morgan, asking about your recent trip to Beijing and the loss and damage funds operationalisation. Welcome to address that, State Secretary Morgan.
Thanks so much. I'll be quick. Certainly in the negotiation on the loss and damage fund and the mosaic around it, the question of who pays into the fund and who receives the funds are two of the key issues. I think from the European Union perspective, we think that the most vulnerable, the particularly vulnerable, that is what we agreed last year in Sharm el-Sheikh should receive the funds. And yes, and the question just went away. I don't know if you can, but that's all right. I think I've got it all in my head. Yes, certainly we have been raising with China and with other countries what solution we can find so that all major economies can contribute to the fund. The decision in Sharm el-Sheikh was one that was clear that it didn't actually say, is it just industrialized countries or broader? And we know from our legal history of the negotiations that that means we're in a blank slate possibility. So we do expect a country like China that is so much a global player in the world that it also takes on that global responsibility and contributes to multilateral funds, whether it be the Green Climate Fund or whether it be the Loss and Damage Fund. And I think that's something that will continue to accompany us all the way to the COP. We have an upcoming, though, meeting in 2 weeks and of the Transition Committee, and I think there's goodwill all around to try and sort as much as possible before the COP.
Thank you. I'm going to take a final question from Kalina Oroshkakov on the Zoom. This is addressed to Minister Schulze, and it's a question around activism, I'll read it verbatim. Activists are already criticising the lack of US support and its silence as glaring and inexcusable. How damaging is the US and its failure to pay its fair share in climate finance to the position of industrialised countries going into the COP? Minister Schulze.
I think that it is a good signal that the US is back in the climate agreement, that they are back in the Paris Agreement, and they have budget restrictions. We can all follow these negotiations they have with the Parliament, but the government, they announced contributions, and I'm optimistic that they are really willing to deliver also money. I think we should do more pressure on others who need to contribute for the first time. So China, the Gulf states, they all are contributors, partly big contributors, and they also need to deliver their fair share. And this international pressure of all the countries who need to pay, I think this pressure is needed, and that is what we are doing.
Thank you very much. I'll draw the press conference to a close now. For those who've submitted answers and questions, there's quite a few there. We will come back to you. If you're in the room and you'd like to access, I believe my German colleagues have a press release here available, and you can scan our QR code at the back of the room for the GCF press release, and there you'll find a list of all of the countries who've contributed today, the amounts, so that they can contribute towards accurate reporting. Thank you for your time. We appreciate your interest in the replenishment of the Green Climate Fund today. As we've stated loudly and clearly today, this is the start of the process. We look forward to other announcements and intentions to pledge in the road to COP. And you're very welcome to join us for this afternoon's panel sessions, where we'll be looking at the topic of flexible climate architecture, how that needs to change, and also the changing geopolitical landscape, and therefore what climate justice and climate leadership looks like, and the role of GCF in that changing landscape. Thank you for your time. Thank you to the panel members, and I wish you a very, very good day.
Thank you.
So I think we can start. So my name is Asya. I'm a youth climate activist. I'm happy to be moderating this panel. Joining me are His Excellency Jochen Flassbart, His Excellency the Honorable Mark Brown, His Excellency Patrick Herrera, Helen Magata, and Mafalda Duarte. I will reintroduce the speakers once I state my questions to them. Yeah, thank you all for being here in the audience as well. And I would say, let's start. Maybe to start off with something more trivial. If any one of you is a science fiction enthusiast or a Stanley Kubrick fan, you might know the year 2010 as the year we made contact. In contrast to those working in the climate sector, 2010 was the year we, or rather the parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change in their 16th session, agreed to establish the Green Climate Fund, GCF for short, after the idea of establishing it was proposed a year prior at COP15. Denmark, Germany, and the Republic of Korea all contributed to the startup costs of the fund, and the GCF Secretariat was chosen to be based in the Republic of Korea. After mobilizing funding in its initial phase, the GCF was, so to speak, open for business in 2015, with first investment decisions being taken for projects both in the area of mitigation and in the area of adaptation. The year 2015 has a special place on the timeline of climate action for another reason too. Namely, it was the year of COP21, the Paris COP, the birthplace of the Paris Agreement, so to speak. The Paris Agreement set the 2 degrees Celsius goal, whilst encouraging the parties to ideally pursue limiting the global temperature increase to 1.5 degrees. What's more, the Paris Agreement established the process of reviewing and ideally increasing each country's climate action commitments in a 5-year turnus, and recognizing that no country should have to choose between development aspirations and climate action, conceived a pathway for providing climate finance to developing countries. When looking at the newest IPCC report, one is not particularly optimistic that the 1.5 degrees goal is to be achieved, and there are well-reasoned concerns that even the 2 degrees goal will be harder to reach if we continue down the path of unambitious mitigation efforts. What's more, there are countries that are even weakening their climate ambitions in this time and age. This year is on track to become the hottest year on record. This past summer was already crowned the hottest season the world has ever measured, according to several meteorological institutes. We have witnessed the immense losses and damages caused by extreme weather events, and last year's COP marked a historic moment when the Loss and Damage Finance Fund was agreed upon. It's also important to note, however, that ambitious mitigation and adequate adaptation is needed to prevent even further extreme weather events, which are causing irreparable damages and claiming millions of lives. Coming back to the Paris Agreement, the first global stocktake, balance sheet on climate action, so to speak, is set to conclude at the upcoming COP28 in Dubai in a few months. As before every COP, I'm inclined to say that the time to act is now, but we all know that the time to act is long overdue. A green transition is a matter of urgency. At the same time, one must always keep in mind the aspect of climate justice. How do we enable a green transition, a just green transition for all? The countries that are suffering from climate change the most are mostly countries that have done the least to cause it. The responsibility to these countries, the historic responsibility to these countries, is to assist them in mitigating and adapting to climate change, and the GCF serves as a unique instrument in achieving this. The GCF is providing finance mainly through grants and loans, but also, to a lesser extent, equity finance, result-based payments, and guarantees. Working in 8 strategic result areas from different climate-intensive sectors, GCF projects focus on transport, construction, agriculture, infrastructure, energy generation and access, livelihoods of people and communities, as well as health, food, and water security. The GCF is the world's largest climate fund, as we've heard this morning. Its portfolio of climate projects, 228 of them in total so far, 12 in Eastern Europe, 61 in Latin America and the Caribbean, 92 in Africa, and 97 in the Asia-Pacific region. Its portfolio of projects shows an almost 50-50 balance between mitigation and adaptation activities and has so far amounted to $12.7 billion of allocated GSF-provided finance, $10.1 billion of which are already being implemented. When including both GCF financing and co-financing, the GCF portfolio is worth $48.1 billion. But numbers only mean so much. The Green Climate Fund is dedicated to achieving a systemic change, not only completing a project after project. The GCF is therefore supporting efforts to green the financial sector at large, as well as de-risking projects in order to amass additional finance from risk-averse donors, increasing access to climate finance, as well as speeding up the process of climate finance distribution. The GCF plays a pivotal role in catalyzing finance, aiming to create public and private sector coalitions to mobilize climate finance and thus to enable large-scale transformational activities. It is also the world's largest funding source for climate capacity building, since through its readiness and preparatory support program supports developing countries in their climate investment planning, origination, and implementation. We are well into the critical decade to retain the prospect of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees within reach. We must all act, but we must also understand that the burdens for acting are larger for some countries than for others. Climate action is thus only possible with adequate climate finance. This is something that is becoming more and more evident in the wake of a just restructuring on the global political scene. GSF, world's largest climate fund, is a key instrument in providing the much-needed finance. With changes on the global political scene, the GSF faces challenges too, with new areas of responsibility, new areas of interest, perhaps new obstacles, but also, first and foremost, new opportunities. And this is exactly the questions that we are asking ourselves today. What does the role of the GCF look like in the changing world we're living in? And more importantly, what can its future look like? Joining me is His Excellency Mr. Jochen Flasbart, State Secretary at the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. As I've mentioned, Germany has been a supporter of the fund since its inception. So during this time, Mr. Flasbart, since its inception until today, how have the geopolitical shifts influenced the GCF and its role?
Thanks a lot, and hello to everyone again. Good to see you now after our must-do session this morning to have this exchange, forward-looking exchange. And as you asked, yes, geopolitics has changed a lot. The whole world has changed a lot since the establishment of the Green Climate Fund. And despite all the negative aspects and the multiple crises we are in, let me just start with saying something positive. And that is when I look back a year into the year 2015, when we had the Paris Agreement, the Paris COP, we were holding the G7 presidency in Germany at that time. And in Elmau, we decided at that time, the first time, on a language on decarbonization. And the language was that the G7 agreed that they want to be decarbonized during the second half of the century. And most of them were thinking more about 2080 or 2090, but not about 2060 or even 2050. Now all the G7 have the target of being fully greenhouse gas neutral, as we call it now, by 2050, my own country already by 2045, which is around the corner, and more than that, we have extended that to our G20 partners and many other partners. Some beyond 2050. Let me just mention the one country which is enormously important for us in Germany as a partner country, India. They have a target of 2070. They know it from me. I doubt that this is sufficient. But in 2015, it was unimaginable that such a country would commit itself to a greenhouse gas neutrality target. We were in a world where it was about finger pointing, you did it, you were the ones polluting the world, and it's now up to you to deliver. So what I want to say is now we have the right targets. Maybe we have adjusted, we have to be more ambitious over time. The cycles are working, I believe. We will have the stock take. And yes, we are not, as I mentioned it this morning, we are not on track for 1.5, but without Paris, we would still be in a 5 degrees world. So in principle, it works. And I want to encourage us that this track is something we have to fight for because it's a positive track into the future. But the more it is now about implementation. So having the right targets is already something. But now we have to implement it. And the GCF is very instrumental, specifically, of course, helping the developing countries to catch up, as I said, and as was wisely said in Nairobi, not as a contradiction of economic growth and enhancement of a socially inclusive economy, but as a kind of a modernization agenda. We want to make that people are better off and that this is done in a climate-friendly way. And without this financial support, it will be not possible. And I will stop in a minute, but also to add, finance is a lot, but finance is not everything. If we would think about that by financing the big transformation, we will change the world to the better, we will fail, definitely fail. We talked about the 100 billion yesterday at the reception. I said the currency was credibility. It was not dollars, it was euros. It was not euros, it's credibility. But if you really want to make this transformation happen, then we need, apart from the budget financing, we need the private financing, And we also need to talk about non-financial measures to reach our targets, because it's not all doable with money. And that is what I wanted to say here. We have to look at this whole set of instruments, and then GCF will play an enormously important part. I think it's good, and it was mentioned several times, that you decided on the reform agenda for the GCF. I want to encourage you not to step there. It was, I think, we all experienced in the past, and it's nothing against the GCF team, that some countries, specifically the small island countries, small countries in general, poor countries, LDCs in general, complain that it is too complicated, that the accessibility is a problem, and I think we have to work together on that. Encourage you, your team, that we are behind you in making it as easy as possible to benefit from the fund. I'll stop here.
Thank you. I would have a follow-up question to you, if that's okay. So, when talking about the GCF and obviously the changing geopolitical situation, how does the GCF operate in this new environment? Also looking at its unique financial instruments and governance structure.
I mean, we saw today some pledges from non-traditional donors. That's already something of new geopolitics. So for me, I don't want to say anything about all the other donors and not about ourselves, but that Mongolia pledged $100,000 is so touching, it's so moving, because it shows that we are in a different situation. And we will see ups and downs there. We will also see that some countries might be for a time less ambitious than they were in the past. They will come back. As I see Catherine from Canada, I remember that Canada was a while out, and I remember that our good friend, the Minister for Climate, at each and every meeting said, "Friends, Canada is back." And this happens with those who are disappearing for a while. They will come back because it's a need, it's a must. You cannot disappear. And I think GCF can help with very concrete projects and programs to bridge this, to invite us to be as mutual as possible. The most, by me, loved word in the Paris Agreement, mutual, because we cannot do it ourselves. And the GCF is exactly the platform to deliver on this mutuality.
Thank you, Mr. Flasbach, for your insights. I'm also joined by His Excellency the Honorable Mark Brown, who is the Prime Minister of the Cook Islands. The Cook Islands are a small island developing state, the so-called SIDS, and as such they are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change. Mr. Prime Minister, in this time and age, in this changing geopolitical context, what does climate-resilient leadership look like?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. Yes, we're often referred to as small island states, but I was in the neighborhood of Paris and Rotterdam this week, so it was quite easy to coincide with this visit over here. But I took the time to superimpose my country over Germany, and we're 2 million square kilometers in size, my nation, which is about 5 times the size of Germany. The distance from my home island to our northernmost island is the same distance as from London to Rome. So just to give you a bit of context about what our small islands is like. But the question that you asked about that, I think, what does climate resilient leadership look like? It's recognizing the impacts of climate change and taking action to address that. That's what we, in our part of the world, have been doing for a number of years. I've been finance minister since 2010, the year that GCF was first initiated. I must be doing something right because I keep getting re-elected, so which is good, I guess. But I've seen the change, the evolution that has taken place on GCF. Prior to 2015, access to climate financing by countries most vulnerable was so difficult and was very convoluted process. So to have an entity such as the GCF that can receive contributions from countries committed to increase climate action, and then to be able to push those funds out to countries most in need, I think it's one aspect of the financing that we need. And I certainly recognize the comments by the Honourable Minister that money is not everything. That's very, very true, but money does go a long way to addressing some of these impacts. It is one aspect for countries like ours. Climate financing, development financing, they are two sides of the same coin for us. And again, something that we have been very particular in pushing this message out. So the other source of financing, of course, is our own funds that we generate in our economies, in our budget. The third line of financing is from borrowing from multilateral development banks. And again, the messaging that we've been putting out there is that the borrowing to protect ourselves against the impacts of climate change is not going to help countries like ours at risk. Many developing countries are already in a position of debt distress. Adding to that debt distress in order to protect themselves just does not make sense. But the fact that we have to borrow the money from the countries that actually cause the carbon emissions in order to protect ourselves from the impacts, again, for me, that is morally wrong to do. So the messaging that I've heard in recent meetings, I'm glad that our message is being heard and that changes are being proposed. We've heard the talk of change to the international financial architecture. This is critical to meeting the demands, the changes that are required. I'm heartened by some of the changes that I'm hearing are being proposed with the bank in our region that we deal with, the Asian Development Bank, in looking at changing the terms and conditions for borrowing away from traditional banking terms. Because the issues we are facing are not ordinary conditions. These are extraordinary conditions that we are facing from climate impacts. The financial solutions need to be able to match that and meet that. The terms and conditions, and we heard Mia Motley speaking about this, she calls it long money. Long money needs to be introduced. These are 30, 40, 50-year terms for financing at concessional rates to allow countries like us to absorb that type of borrowing over an extended period of time, because the impacts of climate mitigation will probably take that long before we start to see relief. For us, it's about buying time so that our islands can withstand the impacts of climate change. We're all seeing the extreme weather events, but what we also don't see is the slow onset impacts of climate change, the erosion constantly of our islands that takes place. So we are looking at things like how do we add an extra meter onto the level of our islands, and that may buy us 20 years or 30 years, we don't know. But these are the things that are confronting many of the island states, particularly low-lying island states that are only a few meters above sea level. So climate resilient leadership is about taking a very firm stand and making sure your voice is heard, advocating for solutions such as the establishment of the Green Climate Fund and many other innovations. Necessity, as they say, is the mother of innovation, so we really have to innovate. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a follow-up question. Coming back to your situation specifically, the situation of the Cook Islands being a small, or rather not so small, developing state, what would be your takeaway message when discussing climate finance at large?
I mentioned this in the press conference here. The ambitions of the Paris Agreement for funding the Green Climate Fund, $100 billion, which may seem like a lot of money, but it's actually a modest sum of money when put into context. 2015, the year of the Paris Agreement, the global GDP was $75 trillion. So $100 billion represents, at that time, 0.13% of global GDP, a modest amount. Today, 2023, global GDP has increased 30% to $105 trillion. That same 100 billion, the value of that has dropped to less than 0.1% of GDP. So when we're looking at commitments, we really need to ensure that we're looking at it in the context of the type of funding that we need. And then when we put it next to the side of fossil fuel subsidies in 2022, which was $1 trillion, that really does show the stark difference between funding that's being made available to address the issues of climate and what is being put in place into an industry that is continuing to push carbon emissions out into the world. So for me, having I've mentioned earlier about the global architecture that needs to change, to adapt, to be able to meet needs of those countries most at risk who are trying to buy time while the rest of the world is trying to meet its targets of carbon reduction and try to normalize the world's climate and environment. I think probably when I mentioned about those figures, as a finance minister, I like to throw numbers around. It always sounds pretty good, but the current investment in oil, coal, and gas subsidies represents 7.1% of global GDP. What we're asking for is a fraction hundredth of what is currently being spent. So it's not saying the money is not there. There is certainly the money is there. It just needs to be redirected in terms of carbon reduction. It needs to be redirected into areas of renewable energy, investment into critical metals needed for the conversion to renewable energy, and then it needs to be invested into those countries most at risk from the impacts of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you too. I would now pass on to His Excellency Mr. Patrick Herrera, who's currently serving as a permanent secretary in Rwanda's Ministry of the Environment. Rwanda is one of the so-called LDCs, least developed countries, and much like the SIDS, the LDCs are on the front lines of the climate crisis without actually carrying the historic responsibility for anthropogenic climate change. And still, Rwanda and other African countries in the Nairobi Declaration on Climate Change and Call to Action reiterated their readiness to devote themselves not only to meeting their own climate commitments, but also to contributing to the decarbonization of the global economy. Mr. Permanent Secretary, could you share Rwanda's and your own vision on the Nairobi Declaration, which was agreed upon at the close of the Africa Climate Summit, a summit in the first week of September this year?
Thank you very much. I want to, first of all, thank the countries that have pledged their support to GCF second replenishment, and appreciate the Germany government and GCF for inviting Rwanda to share the perspective on this panel. As you rightly mentioned, despite countries like Rwanda, who are not really major contributors of emission, we are equally committed to play our part in reducing the global trajectory and making sure that we build a climate resilient world. When you look at the Nairobi Call for Declaration, it is, first of all, a demonstration of the political will of our governments towards really climate action, but also it's a call for a reform in the new, in the global finance architecture. This is seen in two ways. One is that a reform would not necessarily benefit Africa only, but also will benefit other countries that are not competitive due to the disadvantage of the current state of play. So we look at the reforms that are being undertaken and the innovation that we need in the finance architecture as one of the means really to unlock Africa's growth and transformation. Because we need to invest in renewable energies, we need to invest in green jobs creation for our population, we need to transform agriculture, adapt to the climate in core sectors like transport, and we need to make sure that we do so by acquiring means or accessing means that are both for public finances but also for private sector development. So we look at the Nairobi Call as a tool or a policy instrument that will potentially be used on the road to the Conference of Parties at the end of the year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Permanent Secretary. It is important to note that Rwanda especially is a resilience champion. Amongst others, they reached their 2020 reforestation goal 1 year early. There are 10 GCF projects that are currently being implemented in Rwanda. So in this regard, Mr. Permanent Secretary, my follow-up question to you, how would you characterize Rwanda's experience working with the GCF so far?
Rwanda's experience with GCF, well, I would say, first of all, it was a pathway for learning patience and capacity building on the road. So since the creation of the fund, we were the first country to get direct access in 2016. And we are proud really to say that since 2016, we have accessed 7 readiness funds, 4 project preparation facilities, and 1 investment that is currently under implementation in the Rwanda's northern province. We got a pleasure to host Mafalda in the last few days to witness really the transformation that is being done there. But we also leverage our direct access, also using international and regionally accredited entities. We have over 9 projects, including 1 national project and 8 multi-country projects that are being implemented in the country. I would say that we have grown together with GCF, and we believe that the direct access modality is one of the unique features really that the fund should really promote for developing countries, because it builds capacity of our governments and it provides a direct partnership with GCF. This benefits both wings because it is a reduction in overhead costs, and it is also a trust that is demonstrated through the use of national systems. And we believe that this is the fastest way to address the climate shocks and straight line to contribute to communities and ecosystems sustainability. So I want to really encourage the GCF and the board members really to continue to advocate for this use of national systems, because we fully believe that this is going to change the course of the architecture. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Permanent Secretary. If I may ask just one more question, coming back to the Nairobi Declaration and the call for collective global action in mobilizing the necessary capital for both development and climate action. What are Rwanda's expectations for the second GCF replenishment and on the bigger picture for COP28 and our joint way forward towards a greener, climate-neutral future?
Thank you. Our first expectation is to continue to be a good partner of GCF and to actually use this replenishment as an opportunity to reform the processes and the systems that are used in project appraisals and project selections. This is, there is really a room for improvement on areas of shortening the length of the project cycles. This is very much important to help really accredited entities really to implement their projects in pipeline. At the end of the day, we believe that the impact of the fund is not really measured in dollars that are pledged today, but in the lives that we are able to protect and the ecosystem that we are able to sustain. So it is very, really important that we change the way we do business, and we expect the GCF to be more responsive to the climate emergency in our developing countries. So timely allocation of financing for both adaptation is very much needed, and it must not really be dissected from our national priorities and needs in different countries. I want to highlight that we also perceive this replenishment as an opportunity really to create the fiscal space that we need. As I want to quote my president, Paul Kagame, that actually re-emphasized on this during the UNGA assembly. We will continue to be a strong partner of the fund, and we look forward really to realizing the impact of this second replenishment at both country level, but also as a member of the African Union. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your insights, Mr. Permanent Secretary. I would now like to give the floor to Ms. Helen Magata, a member of the Indigenous Peoples Advisory Group to the GCF, who is an Indigenous woman from Mountain Province, Philippines. Ms. Magata, could you briefly outline the timeline of the inclusion of Indigenous peoples in the GCF processes?
Thank you, Asha. I'd like to thank first the government of Germany for hosting us. Good afternoon, ministers, ambassadors, your excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Well, Indigenous peoples are one of the 9 constituencies under the UNFCCC, and we have been very supportive from the very start of the idea of setting up of a fund that will respond to climate needs of developing countries, a fund that will operate from the business as usual paradigm. So, needless to say, Indigenous peoples have been active during the transitional committee meetings, but it was only during the 10th board meeting of the GCF that we were able to gather some resources for Indigenous peoples to follow the Green Climate Fund board meetings more consistently. So what did Indigenous peoples want from the Green Climate Fund? So we wanted to ensure that there's a space for Indigenous peoples to participate meaningfully and effectively with the fund. We were also asserting from the very start that the GCF should have its standalone Indigenous peoples policy, and that there are safeguards in place so that Indigenous peoples are not harmed and Indigenous peoples to have access to finance. So Indigenous peoples are also part of this broader observer network of the Green Climate Fund. So we have an observer network of civil society, indigenous peoples, and local communities. And we have two active observers, one from the developed countries and one from the developing countries. One of the active observers is actually in the room. She is also an indigenous person from Nicaragua. And then in 2018, 8 years after the GCF was established, the GCF Indigenous Peoples Policy was adopted. So the policy is really robust, it's really forward-looking. And then last year, the Indigenous Peoples Advisory Group, as a result of the Indigenous Peoples Policy, has been constituted. And we just finished our third meeting of the advisory group 2 weeks ago. Then a couple of months ago, the GCF has adopted its updated strategic plan that sets out or that spells out the need to facilitate more direct access to finance, including to local communities and including indigenous peoples. So looking back, there have been milestones in terms of indigenous peoples relating and also participation in the GCF, but definitely we also have so much work to do going forward.
Thank you, Ms. Magata. It is not just in the consultation rooms that indigenous peoples play a crucial role for the GCF. A substantial proportion of the GCF's portfolio constitutes projects that are being implemented in indigenous peoples' territories and/or have a potential impact on indigenous peoples. So in this regard, Ms. Magata, my question to you, how would you characterize the synergies between the GCF, its partners, and indigenous peoples, especially when it comes to adapting to climate change?
Thank you very much. I think that's a very timely and important question. But I'd like to start by saying that, yes, indigenous peoples' close relationship has with their territories has actually enabled them to be able to safeguard the remaining territories that and remaining territories that we have in the universe. So recent scientific studies, for instance, show that 80% of forest biodiversity, that is equal to 22% or 218 gigatons of carbon, including above and below ground, are located in indigenous peoples' territories. And of course, this is not an accident. It's a result of many long years of indigenous peoples' traditional knowledge of taking care of their territories. And even the Paris Agreement and the IPCC recognize the contribution of indigenous peoples and their traditional knowledge. We also heard how indigenous people's traditional knowledge are now being also capitalized and operationalized in the GCF projects, as we have heard, for instance, in the regional dialogues that we had in Asia last month. So we all know that we get impacted negatively by climate change, and we have heard from our ambassador this morning from about how climate change is also impacting not only the developing countries, but also even the developed countries. But of course, it really weighs heavier to the poor, to the vulnerable, to women, and to indigenous peoples because of the very close relationship with our environment. So according to the Standing Committee on Finance, at least 153 parties to the convention will need cumulative of around 5.8 to 5.9 trillion US dollars for climate actions up to 2030. And of this amount, 502 billion is identified as needs requiring international sources of finance, and 112 billion a source from domestic finance. We hear how parties in the last COP, parties are saying that there's an increasing flow of global climate finance in countries. This is good news. However, it's also noteworthy that there were no data from the reports of the country about how indigenous peoples are accessing climate finance in countries, how local communities and women are accessing the same climate finance. A report of the Rainforest Foundation Norway finds that projects supporting indigenous peoples in the past 10 years, from 2011 to 2020, supporting indigenous peoples' tenure and forest management received approximately an equivalent to less than 1%. That's less than 1% of official development assistance for climate mitigation. And for us, this is unfortunate because you have the IPCC on the one hand that recognizes the contributions of indigenous peoples, and on the other hand, a report that says less than 1% is being received by indigenous peoples. So indigenous peoples are receiving grants, but these are often too small, far apart, also short-term and project-based, and not scalable and narrow in scope and reach. So recently, earlier this week, the COP28 presidency announced measures to strengthen indigenous people's participation and inclusion, and one of the things that it wants to do is to conduct a global data study on indigenous peoples that will seek to understand opportunities in investing in indigenous people's funds and organizations. The presidency asserts that the study has the potential to address a key challenge of indigenous peoples, which is limited direct access to finance. And we think that the GCF is in the best position to change this scenario. So the Indigenous Peoples Advisory Group, whose task is to oversee the implementation of the IP policy, is conducting a preliminary study of the portfolio of the GCF, and we found out that around 37% of the GCF portfolio, that's amounting to 3.46 billion of GCF contribution of projects, is going to be implemented or are being implemented already in indigenous people's territories. And this is crucial in terms of changing the scenario about indigenous peoples benefiting from climate finance. But again, we need to understand how this money is really creating impact, as our colleague from Rwanda has mentioned. Especially in the light of the updated strategic plan of the GCF, where the fund commits to provide enhanced, predictable, and significantly improved access to climate finance. So to end, I'd like to say that indigenous peoples as stewards of the remaining resources in the world have already done their part. They are continuing to give their contributions. And it is time for the global community to do its part by actualizing the pledges into actual resources that reach the most vulnerable and those who are most in need, including indigenous peoples, local communities, and women. Together with the Observer Network of Civil Society, indigenous peoples, and local communities, we want to welcome the pledges that made this morning, and we also want to encourage parties who have not yet done their pledge, those who are yet to announce their commitments, and those that only contributed in the initial resource mobilization to fulfill their pledges. Because a successful GCF replenishment will drastically change the scenario of demonstrated disproportionate climate impacts on indigenous peoples. A successful GCF replenishment can translate aspirations of climate finance access into reality for indigenous peoples. And a successful GCF replenishment will catapult the GCF in the best position to achieve its paradigm-shifting potential and to bring about the transformative climate action in the context of sustainable development that we really, really badly need right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Magata. Now I would be giving the floor to Ms. Mafalda Duarte, GCF's Executive Director. It is worth noting that before her current role as GCF's Executive Director, she was the CEO of Climate Investment Funds, worked as a climate finance specialist in various high-level positions at the African Development Bank and the World Bank. And passing the floor to you, I would like once again to discuss GCF's role in the field of climate finance architecture. We have heard about the urgency of delivering climate finance. We have heard about the wishes for a deepened involvement of various actors in GCF's processes. Now looking at the future, looking at the second replenishment period, how do you see the GCF's role evolving? What are your wishes and what are some of the challenges?
Well, thank you very much. First of all, it's great to have a youth activist here moderating this panel, and I would be keen to also hear from you in the end what message you want to carry from youth to us here and also to the Green Climate Fund. And I also noted that we had several other youth colleagues joining this conversation this afternoon, which we hadn't seen in the morning. Welcome to all of you. I look forward to also hearing your views, even if not during this panel outside. Okay, your question for GCF in the next cycle, 2024-2027. As was mentioned this morning, we have an ambitious strategy in place that was agreed by the board in July. It really talks about the things that matter the most from a climate perspective, which is building the capacity of institutions in developing countries to respond. And this in the broad sense, empowering those institutions and entities in country to do more, because we need a very vast network of organizations to really deliver on our climate goals. We are not going to meet the goals if we rely on a handful or 5 or 10 organizations or 20. We need the organizations that are closer to the communities, that are closer to the realities, both private and public, to respond to those needs and those aspirations. So that's a big objective. Second big objective, as laid out in the strategy, which I very much advocate, have been a champion of, and will continue to be a champion of, is focusing and targeting the most vulnerable people and communities. And I said it this morning, this does not come organically. This does not come as a function only of us saying we dedicate this much amount of our resources to these geographies or to adaptation. We need more than that. We need to be very conscious that we need to understand what are the realities on the ground. Who is being disproportionately impacted? Why? What are their needs? How do we respond to those needs? What are the mechanisms? What are the systems? What are the processes? So the strategy talks about targeting the vulnerable. And I just take that message one step further to say we need to be very deliberate. And this is what I commit to doing, is being very deliberate about understanding the realities on the ground and responding adequately by working with institutions that are closer, including indigenous people organizations. The strategy talks about big transformation of important systems: energy, agriculture, transport. We need deep transformation of these systems if we are to meet the climate goals. We know this. And we have advanced in the energy sector over the years. In fact, that's where a lot of the climate finance has gone, based also on my previous experience. We have still a long way to go. We have more than 700 million people without energy access, and we have many more without adequate energy access. And we need to ensure that this access is through renewable energy, through clean energy. But we are falling behind on transport. We are not seeing, despite announcements over the last couple of years, we are not seeing the same level of progress on transport. We need big transformations in our agriculture, in our food systems, and we need to make progress there as well. So the strategy, and these are just some examples, the strategy talks about systems and systems transformation. This is also why I have said that GCF is quite uniquely positioned because it can bring, given that we can work with different institutions, from private sector, large private sector institutions, smaller private sector institutions, MDBs, other organizations, we are actually quite uniquely positioned to bring them together into investment programs that bring the best and the comparative advantage of these different institutions. And that's something that I think we have a lot of scope to harness and tap into. And then the strategy speaks about private sector and private sector capital mobilization, because again, we keep hearing trillions. There are many institutions putting out reports that there are trillions of dollars needed for these transitions in developing countries. Therefore, we need the public sector. We need to work with the public sector and with the governments to make sure that the policies and the adequate policies and regulations are in place to really attract and enable the private sector investments. And here, really, GCF can play a role. It has an interesting tool, which is the readiness tool. But I really also advocate, and now I know several of you are going to the World Bank, IMF meetings, annual meetings next week. Here again, and because I speak from my own experience of working in the system for many years, I think the MDBs are well placed to also support in a big way that agenda of working with governments and bringing best practices in terms of policies and regulations. But coming back to the trillions, in addition to the policies and regulations, we need the public sector to play its role in helping these private investments. So this is, again, something that I'm quite committed to, is using GCF's resources, working with all the partners to use GCF's resources quite judiciously to make sure that we are bringing in private capital investments. And I want to say that here we are not talking about, there's many different types of private capital. So when also we talk about private capital, we are mixing many things here. Because there are different types of entities doing different types of investment. But it is really important that we enable domestic private capital investments. And I have seen the power already of some of those investments when I visited some of the GCF's projects in Kenya. So we have to work with these different network of institutions, but using this limited but very powerful public capital to really maximize private investments and do it in an innovative way. One of the things that became interesting to me as I came into GCF, and you need to let me know when I should stop, because I don't have a watch and I don't have a phone in front of me. One of the interesting things that I've realized was the fact that, as opposed to my own experience as well from the before, GCF actually is investing quite a bit through equity. And also, though I think there's scope to do more, through guarantees. And these are some of the things that we've discussed this morning and that everybody talks a lot about. And it was interesting for me to see already an interesting portfolio using these instruments, which I expect that we will be scaling up in the next programming cycle.
Thank you, Ms. Duarte. So to summarize, we've heard that finance isn't everything, but finance can achieve quite a lot. Still, finance alone can't help change, obviously can help change the world, but can't change the world alone. We need different approaches, we need different stakeholders, as everyone has mentioned. But still, we need the money, so to speak, as well, in order to achieve the need we hope, achieve the change we hope to achieve. Investment is needed. There has been there have been a lot of changes since Paris. As you've mentioned, Mongolia pledging wouldn't have happened during the first replenishment. This is a welcome step forward, a symbolic welcome step forward. But also Africa, which has been disproportionately hit by effects of climate change, still being willing to serve as a carbon sink, a global carbon sink, so to speak, really shows that we are all in this together. But still, we must not forget that it is still harder for some countries than for others. Coming back to the statement made by His Excellency the Prime Minister Brown, it is not fair to force countries to take out loans just so that they can deal with problems that they themselves did not make. But still, we are not in a position that we can only be putting the blame on someone else. We must all take collective action. And this is not only about inter-regional climate justice, it's about intergenerational climate justice as well. Every policymaker decision made today can vastly impact the world of tomorrow. That can be a reason for pessimism, but it could also be a reason for optimism, because every decision can help steer us towards a brighter, greener, more climate neutral future. And even if we, as we've noticed, as we've said, the 1.5 degrees might be in danger, but we should then still try and achieve the 2 degrees goal. And in order to achieve this, we need collective action, we need just action, and we need just financing. Thank you.
All right, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And we are going to be following up on the excellent discussion of the last panel on the role of the Green Climate Fund. It was tackled. For those who followed, money is essential, but not everything. Here we'll say money is essential for every other thing perhaps to work. And the discussion earlier reminded me of the different views that were summarized eloquently by the former governor of the Bank of England, Mervyn King, when he was comparing something from popular culture between his country or the Bank of England that had always compete with another central bank in Europe, of that of Sweden. Which one was the oldest? Of course, Sweden wins, perhaps in Sweden. But actually, the history of central banking goes to these days. But actually, what he said, well, different views about the role of money and finance in life and in development and growth, summarized nicely by the Beatles when they said, all we need is love. But the Swedes were more practical through ABBA by saying money, money, money. So this is the money, money, money session. Focusing on that will be helpful. The formidable economist Esther Duflo, who won her Nobel Prize with many colleagues of hers, including her husband, they won it for fighting poverty by better targeting. And she said, for climate, now this is settled. climate finance is development finance. Everybody's saying that now. In Paris, as confirmed, everybody was saying there, and including a nice op-ed by President Macron and many of heads of state, including from the host country of COP28, His Royal Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed. He was one of the co-authors of this op-ed, and they said we cannot deal with climate crisis by creating poverty crisis or a debt crisis. Common sense, now it's prevailing. But the same thing here goes on how can we get climate finance integrated in the solutions of development at the same time. And when we are trying to see the impact of climate action on the SDGs, which are suffering from being as well of target, mitigation is about energy. We have authorities on energy, including renewable energy with us here in the panel, SDG 7, and about renewable, about other matters related to clean, accessible, affordable energy, including what we spend on decarbonization. So anything that we can do on climate action is SDG 7, plus the related infrastructure, plus what we can do on the communities. It was great that during COP27, the issues related to mitigation and just transition were supported by spelling out the details, and many thanks to those who negotiated the outcome document. And we have now what's called the Sharm el-Sheikh adaptation agenda that had 5 areas of work. If you are doing well in adaptation, you are dealing better with water, SDG 6. You are doing better with agriculture and nutrition, SDG 2. You are doing better with settlements and people in communities, including remote areas. This is SDG 11. You will be doing better as well on biodiversity and nature, and I'm happy that the co-champion from the Emirates, Excellency Razan al-Mubarak, is taking a lead in issues related to nature, biodiversity, and how climate development and nature can be supported together. So these areas of false dichotomies, I think, had been challenged by science and by practice, and everything that we can do in the finance is going to be hitting many goals and targets. So it's all about how to mobilize funding and with better articulation of funds to the different areas of work. Then comes the issue of billions to trillions that was mentioned by Mafalda earlier. It may have come before to some people's minds and thinking, but the first time that provocative title of from billions to trillions was put was for a document to prepare the world for the launching of SDGs in September 2015 by a joint document by all of the MDBs, including the World Bank and all of the regional development banks, and the IMF signed on that. I remember that because I worked on it for 2 years. It had, actually, I tried not to push it too much, so I had a good colleague. I'm opening a box here that not many people know about. There is a colleague who is working now as a country manager for the World Bank by the name of Marcus Curiati. He's Italian, he liked this kind of flowery language. He said, well, instead of mobilizing capital for sustainable development, we'll say from billions to trillions. Say, well, this will come to haunt us forever. Hide it. Then this work moved during my work to my good colleague then, and still a friend, the CFO Bertrand Badre, who is known to many of you working in the areas of finance, and he liked billions to trillions more. So if you check billions to trillions, World Bank, you'll see it. But now it's from the millions that we had many proud contributors emphasizing their contribution. I said, well, the millions are going to be leading to the billions, and we're struggling to bridge the gaps. So how can we do this kind of fantastic leveraging of bridging gaps of finance? What kind of a ratio that we need really then in order to get that billion to be a trillion of funding? It's not just about leveraging. The good thing is here that COP26 with COP27 and then COP27 with COP28 commissioned Extern and Vera Songui to do a piece on climate, on finance, climate action. They came up with results of updates that are very much shared with almost with everyone. I'm happy that there is some alignment of the statistics with the recent report led by Professor Summers and Singh that was submitted to the G20 about the bridges of funding to deal with the three main challenges facing the humanity today. And they finished the first volume. The second volume is about to be released. But here are the statistics. $5.3 trillion a year are required for sustainable development and climate action. Don't forget that climate action is SDG 13. If you want to be very specific on climate action and financing, climate action is 2.4 trillion. I'm not expecting you to remember any of these numbers, and I'm not going to ask you any pointed question, especially the panel, about that. And just to get the magnitude of things here, very strong assumption here in all studies that $1.4 trillion will come through domestic resource mobilization. Whether that would be from private or public sources of domestic resource mobilization, there are different schools of thought here. The critical minimum is the domestic resource mobilization, the public part. But now people are talking strongly, especially from the GFANs. Many discussions that we had, including with Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber, Mark Carney, Kristalina Georgieva, and the new president of the World Bank, Mr. Banga, about how can we leverage the public finance. They came with two solutions, additional solutions. Domestic resource mobilization with focus on local currency bonds markets. So this is an idea for the GCF with their innovation about engaging in the local currency markets of developing economies. And the second one that was mentioned indirectly when it comes to risks of doing business is basically about the exchange rate. So how can we do better in exchange rate mechanisms in order to minimize the risks? So we're left then with 1 trillion. 1,300 billion will come from the multilateral development banks after the reforms, after the evolution roadmap. It was great to hear Her Excellency, the Minister from Germany, mentioning that she's for enhancing the capacity of the World Bank. She mentioned that, but whatever will happen to the World Bank, that will be followed by other MDBs, including regional development banks, 300 billion. 500 billion will come from the private sector, but for the private sector to work, it needs a lot of leveraging, safeguarding, good partnership, and de-risking. And then we are relying on $200 billion from bilateral sources of concessional nature. If that's happening or not, we'll hear from the panelists the reflections in any of these issues, either public, private, domestic, external. And then there is an update that will be here available in full, but there is a blog that you can see in preparation of the meetings in Marrakesh that is talking about the global financial stability through a report, update of this report. And here's something that you need to know about what's happening in the private sector area. It is expected that 80% of the heavy lifting on finance, especially in mitigation, will come from the private sector because of budget constraints on the public sector. However, banks, including the top 30 banks in the world, are not fully aligned with the net zero targets. Even if you have a close target to 2030, 2035, or even 2050, they are not fully aligned with that. Second, that the share of investment funds is still small, despite their growth, especially the ones claiming ESG or impact, still small given the gap of funding. Third, there is an issue about the rating agencies and their role because they didn't fully integrate yet all what matters for countries or companies to change their behavior. If you are marking somebody, if you are rating somebody, it's based on some sort of reference. And that reference is not factoring in the kind of behavioral change that is required in the work as such. So their models need to be improving. Fourth, it's a very pointed recommendation to regulators and supervisors that they need to get their act together when it comes to regulations, enforcements, including perhaps, and we have the custodian of this kind of big function, as requested by the Secretary General after the issuance of the high-level experts group work by former Minister McKenna, the recommendations of integrity, and here the implications, and perhaps we may hear something on this issue, on the progress of the operationalization of the reports on integrity. So these issues, in addition to what was shared by our panelists of questions that they like to reflect on, many of you attended the General Assembly a few weeks ago in New York, including the Climate Ambition Summit and the other summits of relation, SDGs, and finance for development. What are your reflections on the positive outcomes? The second is basically about scaling up international climate finance with some sort of emphasis on the expectations here of a balanced approach in the Paris Agreement between adaptation, mitigation, and in a good day, soon I hope, will be on the loss and damage. And then something that we tackled in different ways is basically about implementing Article 2.1c and the goal of making financial flows consistent with the Paris goals. So these are basically simple questions to answer. And in less than what you expect of time, because we need to finish by 4:50, we need to provide adequate answers, or at least hints towards adequate answers. And we have those who are very much involved in their different capacities to make that happen. In policy making, in hosting the COP, in guarding the UNFCCC, in doing leadership role in their countries and beyond. So the 5 panelists, I will start with Ms. Jennifer Morgan, the State Secretary and Special Envoy for International Climate Action, to react to what I said on agreement, disagreement, pushing the agenda further, but perhaps from your country as a leader from a developed country. What would be your reaction to what you just heard?
Well, thank you. I think my reaction, I mean, many of the things that you brought forward, I think we're in the thick of working through and trying to figure out. If you ask me about the kind of the New York summit, and I would go back a step, I mean, the whole month of September was full of different impressions from different meetings. So starting in Nairobi, right? And then going into New York, and then I was in Beijing last week, the week before, and then recently on Monday in Madrid. These are all conversations where I think what I take away is the actual very real economy discussions that are happening in countries about how to put forward, almost in these, I would call them packages, that have the long, loud legal signals that are needed to move renewables and scale up, to have a just energy transition, to shift to sustainable agriculture, that those are happening together with what are the specific financing needs, whether it be, so out of New York, I heard a lot of countries that want to go in that direction, are moving in that direction. It was much more specific than I think a year ago. It went away from kind of high-level, vague ambition into actually countries on the ground trying to make that happen. But the debt crisis being an area that I just heard from so many countries about fiscal space, and then also the cost of capital and all the different reasons for the cost of capital. So if I take, and then I heard, which I thought was an interesting concept just to put out in the world, the idea on the resilience side of just resilience, which I find quite interesting. Chile is doing some thinking on this. What's the information that we need on the impacts in order to get much more systemic on how we're responding to the resilience challenge that we have. So then if I think about kind of where we have gaps, I mean, Germany and Canada have been working for a couple of years on the 100 billion. We did a progress report last year on the delivery plan. That identified 4 areas that there were gaps on: access, adaptation, MDB, reform, and private sector. And if I look at each of those, well, I think we're making progress, but we have more to do. So on access, I think in the GCF, the reforms that are happening there, everything from, reducing the bureaucratic burden on an updated, simplified approval process. I mean, these are like the things that really matter, getting the specifics in there. The one-off access to GCF resources without prior accreditation. So real action on the ground on the access piece, both on adaptation and the private sector. I'll come back to the private sector, but there we are expecting reports from the OECD on those. We asked them to go dig deep on those 2 issues, and those should be coming out any week now, to be really looking at, okay, why are there these barriers on getting the funding to those, on adaptation? What are the challenges on the private sector mobilization? I think we know a lot of it, but I'm very curious to hear what they come up with. And I think on the MDBs, well, you're in the middle of it. So I think, the call from the COP, I think, was a very good step last year from with our Egyptian colleagues that had that signal coming out. And I would hope that this year we would also have some of the things that have been outside come in and get a push from the COP, whether it be the Paris new global financing pact and some of the ideas that are in there. Looking at hybrid capital for MDBs that we're doing, the guarantees issue as well. So, and on the private sector mobilization, what I heard a lot in Nairobi, and now we're looking at kind of what can we be doing, and it'd be good to get some responses on this. President Ruto launched the Accelerated Partnership on Renewable Energy in Nairobi with 6 other leaders from African countries. And there, Germany and Denmark and whoever else is welcome is looking at how can we be building in a reduction of the cost of capital, a guarantee, looking at the guarantees piece, what we can be doing to actually be, flanking and enabling President Ruto and those countries to make that happen. Debt reform, okay, we're doing these climate debt swaps, but we just did one with Kenya as well, but I think this is one where getting much more systemic is absolutely needed. And then 2 final thoughts. I mean, on the issue of innovative sources, here again, we know that developed countries have to take the lead. We are, I think, feeling confident based on the assumptions in the climate on the delivery plan, confident that that will happen this year on the 100 billion. We know that that's not going to, how much further we need to go. So what are the innovative financing instruments that we should really be focusing on, and perhaps having a COP decision that lists them so that it has a much more formal status than what it has right now. Some were in the Paris meeting, but you have the IMO levy, you have the LDCs coming forward with airline aviation tax, you have the debt swaps. Are there things that we could be, again, kind of formalizing, bringing in, building also then the public support for those as a key part of a COP decision? And then my last question is on 21C. My experience is when I say 21C, developing countries, it triggers, it's a very negative thing. And I've been trying to understand where it's coming from, and I do understand parts of that, that it's not shifting north-south, that it's just going across the north, that it's seen as kind of trying to divert the public funding, which is certainly not what the European Union is looking to do. But can we have a substantive discussion on that? I mean, some of the things that you just mentioned actually about the banks that are not aligned. For me, that's 21C. The rating agencies, that's 21C. What public money is going into from developed countries is 21C. So, so how, and we all have more to do on that. So I think we're really up for a conversation that's substantive on that. Thanks.
Fantastic. Right. Thank you so much. And you said it well and within the time limit, more or less. So you have a pen here, gift well, it's a gift for everybody. So everybody who will finish within the 8 minutes, there is a gift coming there. If you don't get it, you know why. Well, it has, of course, it should be green, and it's raising ambition. Empowering action. Here, empowering is relevant. So that will not upset my daughter, as I mentioned. That would be fine. So, great what you discussed, debt, finance, private sector, alignment with 2.1C, and many other things that you mentioned. So, always dangerous to summarize, and I will not do that for anyone. But many thanks, because you started us great on the finance aspects. We may come back to you with a couple of questions based on the dynamics of the discussion. So now we have Mr. Adnan Amin. You received some questions from us, but I know you for many years. You are never choreographed and you like surprises. So in addition to finance and other matters in means of implementation, and I know COP28 is putting an emphasis on issues related to technology and issues related to research and development, capacity development. And actually, during the announcement of Excellency Sultan Jaber for the 4.5 billion, there is a 1 billion that he said is not concessional finance, it's catalytic finance to support the main finance, mainly on issues related to technology, research, and development. That is nicely put with the recommendation of Esther Duflo. She said finance, technology, and there is another one that a third part that I'll not give it to you now as a question, but perhaps to Simon. So in addition to everything else that you are going to say about what we should be expecting in COP28 to address these critical issues, technology, R&D, capacity development, how they are featured in what we should be expecting in COP28.
Thank you very much, Mahmoud. I already have a pen, so I don't need one.
Here we go. So expect 15 minutes, not the usual 8 minutes. Okay, go ahead.
But when I was listening to your masterful introduction, how you dissected the problem of the 2.4 trillion and you have a solution. There's another famous American film which says, "Show me the money."
Yep.
And I think a lot of developing countries are in the position where they're saying, okay, enough with the talk, show me the money. There has been a series of long-standing commitments, and these are commitments, not pledges, that were legally enshrined in terms of how do we start this ball rolling in climate finance, incentivizing investment, taking us to a safer place. And, as Jennifer knows, 100 billion is one of those. And the GCF replenishment is another. On the 100 billion, it's encouraging to see that there is progress, but this is a 14-year-old commitment. And I think that at the end of the day, in the COP, when you want to get ambitious decisions made, there needs to be an environment of trust where significant countries believe in the word the other country has, and are willing to go along to raise ambition. And I think that the 100 billion has become totemic on that issue. So we need to make progress on that, and we hope that the information that we will get, and I know Jennifer is very active on that, will be something that recreates some semblance of trust. The other part is the GCF. I was so delighted to listen to my good friend Mafalda today earlier. I'm so happy she's in this job because the kind of vision that she articulated, the results we saw, the Rwandese project that we saw on the screen, these are all very inspiring things that are happening. So the GCF replenishment is another one of those totemic things. What we achieved in the pledging conference today is short of the level that we achieved in the last replenishment. There is some hope that we may achieve the same. This is 4 years down the road. The nominal value remains the same, but the real value of the money is substantially less in a very complex environment. When the GCF has become possibly one of the most important sources of concessional financing for climate. Of course, we still don't have a definition of what climate finance is, but it has become one of the most important sources of climate finance, but yet we are unable to increase the level of replenishment beyond not even replacement level. What's the signal there? What does that mean?
Give us one more month.
Yeah, okay, we'll have 5% more, which won't meet the real value, but I think we need to rethink some of these formats in terms of what do we mean by climate finance and how does it work. You know, the Standing Committee of the UNFCCC has estimated that if you want to meet the NDC financing requirements to 2030, it's $5.8 trillion. 5.8 trillion, well beyond the 2.4. The current flow of capital, which we can call climate finance, is about $860 billion. 16% of that is concessional. We have a debt crisis in much of the developing world. Even the sovereign ability of more and more countries to take debt is declining. How are we going to fill this gap? How do we create a new framework for financing where financial institutions, and you know, I worked a long time in the UN, and I remember Kofi Annan appointed me to run a reform process. I know how difficult and almost impossible reforms of long-standing international institutions are. That's going to take time, but the needs are today. At COP28, we have to deliver something that's meaningful today. So we're asking for these commitments to be met. We're asking for the reform of the international financial institutions to be accelerated. We're asking for finance to be made more affordable and more accessible and more available. All of the kind of things that we're talking about, you know, I remember well in my career, Mahmoud, you'll know it even better than me, the accessibility of multilateral finance is like pulling teeth. Once you get beyond the thicket of consultants who are involved in it and the amount of money that you actually get, and then the conditions around the repayment, make it almost inaccessible for many countries. So we really need to rethink the model of financing. So that's my comment on financing. On technology. Technology is going to be the great enabler. What we've seen, I worked in the renewables field for a long time. Within the time I headed IRENA, which was 8-9 years, you saw the cost of solar PV fall by almost 90%. Today, capacity addition in the renewable sector is the majority year on year, and it's increasing. That is because the technological capability to be able to go in the renewables direction is available to more and more countries. In the early days, a lot of countries, and you know, a lot of private sector in Europe, in particular, for example, in the area of wind, refused to allow local content regulations in developing countries, which meant value added in those developing countries couldn't take place because of the intellectual property requirements around this. That has begun to change. We need to find that same momentum in more and more areas of investment where technology can begin to unlock these issues. But at the end of the day, technology is not a package that you pass between one person and another. It's a function of investment. So what we have to do is find those solutions of how do we scale investment, how do we bring investors to the table in a new paradigm, and you know, here we're focusing very much, one, on the reform of the international financial institutions and scaling concessional financing, but applying it more smartly and bringing to the table private capital in a way it never has been done at the COP, where we want to bring substantial private capital to the table with commitments to scale their investments in climate technology around the world. And we are creating a framework for the discussion of technology at COP also. I know you're getting impatient, so I'll stop.
No, I'm not going to. You deserve it. Thank you so much. You can keep it only if you are going to answer another question, a quick follow-up question to what you just raised. Your example of solar is putting an emphasis not just on technology and finance, but another component, which is related to trade and collaboration. What happened, for instance, in a project that I'm more familiar with, Bonn, one of the biggest projects, I think one of the biggest four in the world, in Egypt, a solar project in the sun solar park there. It was a product of what you said, investment in R&D, innovation, invention, thanks to the labs and the thinkers and the scientists in the US, in Europe, including in Germany, our host country today. But there were two things. One related to trade, especially trading the ideas and knowledge and know-how, production at scale in China, and maintenance capacity and training the skills of the Egyptians who are working now to maintain, develop. So this supply chain story, with the kind of geopolitical dynamic that we see, are they going to be still with us, or you are seeing disruptions in this kind of innovation, invention, trade that produce some good things, including energy of renewable nature?
This is a great question, and I think we're at a moment of great risk in geopolitical terms. Because what you have is a trend that we're seeing, that countries that were previously technologically dominant are no longer, that there are new entrants, and those new entrants are coming at scale, and the geopolitics around this is becoming quite difficult, and trade is becoming a factor, including, let's not put too fine a point on it, protectionism. Once protectionism enters into the story when you're talking about technology related to climate, it becomes potentially a very difficult issue. We are seeing today a transformation in EVs, mobility. The fastest growing sector is mobility, is EVs. There's a huge value chain and supply chain around that has to do with materials, battery production, battery chemistry, the components of all of these different things, where the supply chains are, which are the borders that these supply chains cross, and what is the trade implication of that, and whether new types of trade restrictions and mechanisms that are being put in place are actually becoming impediments or not to these kind of things. So I think these are all issues that need to be addressed in quite some detail.
Right, and more to come during the discussions in Dubai. We have a day on trade. I was with Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, my good sister, just 2 days ago. She's finalizing a decent report, practical one, on trade development and climate. So that should be interesting, yes.
Just on that, there's a number of interesting reports that are coming, including one by the Global Overshoot Commission, which is headed by Pascal Lamy, who's former head of the WTO.
Former WTO head.
And he's going into the trade issues there also.
Excellent.
He's also going into the mitigation issues and where action needs to be taken on mitigation if we are going to remain without overshooting 1.5. So I think there are many fundamental issues that are coming on the table at COP28, but at the same time, we have to keep our eye on the ball. What are the outcomes on the negotiation and the action agenda that enjoy enough support that begin to move the needle in terms of action, especially on mitigation and adaptation?
Thank you so much. Simon Steele, you are the Executive Secretary of UNFCCC. You've been named as the Chief Integrity Officer when it comes to climate by the Secretary General of the UN. You have many responsibilities to safeguard the process, to get us, especially on the partnership between the formidable state actors in their negotiations and people whom I'm happy and honored to represent, the non-state actors. Again, questions on finance, and I listened to your comments in Nairobi, very sharp to the point on the public and the private and issues related to that. So I think you confirmed in different ways then what was mentioned today by your first two speakers, Jennifer and Adnan, that it's finance, technology, R&D, capacity development, and there is something, I know that you'll have reflections on the overall approach and expectations for COP28, but there is one, just to honor a promise to Professor Duflo, which is basically about incentives for behavioral change. And that comes close to your mandate now, additional mandate, to help in the operationalization and proper understanding of what that integrity report means and what we should be expecting from the 10 important critical recommendations by Minister McKenna and her team. If you can provide an update, in addition to anything else that you were intending to share with us. Simon.
I'm not sure I'm going to be rewarded with a pen after addressing all of these points. But I'll squeeze in. I actually want to start with your actual opening comments and Adnan's framing, which I think put into perspective why we're here and some of the challenges and opportunities that we face. So the bridging bridging the gaps, and leveraging, I mean, absolutely central in terms of mobilizing the resources, knowing that public sources where there is so much expectation, certainly for developing countries in terms of support, we know is so insufficient, and the need to leverage other innovative sources of funding. But I think Adnan's framing, which is, I mean, we're talking about the billions still to deliver on the 100 billion. And we have, you know, there's high expectations, COP28, that will be, there'll be confirmation of that. But here where we are now with the pledging, looking at achieving the same level we did with the first replenishment of the GCF as a benchmark. That may be the floor, but that is around the level that we are heading, and some very positive signals coming out of today. One in terms of increases in pledges from donors, but also what I think was quite significant was a diversity of some of those pledges. But Adnan's point in terms of the scale, you know, we are still talking about the billions, and you're framing whether that number is 5.3 trillion, whether it is 5.8 trillion. It's trillions that are required to achieve the transformation that we need. So running into COP28, there is. We know that the elephant in every single negotiating room is finance. Finance, the means of implementation, is the enabler to unlock the ambition and closing the gaps that we require, whether that's in implementation in the most base form, or the ambition gap in terms of the stretch that is needed. And with the release of the GST synthesis report last night, you know, it highlights that we are far off track in terms of where we need to be. And as these weeks run down between now and COP28, and the decisions that parties need to make in terms of how they respond to the stocktake and closing that gap, will all be hinged on means of implementation and finance. Now, within the process, the UNFCCC process, the most that we can call the only levers at our disposal are to call on external entities to provide the resources required to meet the goals of the Paris Agreement. And within the process, the GCF was birthed from within the process, and demonstrates, you know, that those calls can result in concrete, tangible action. And then the calls for whether it's MDB reform, whether it is reforms of the global financial architecture, again, calls for that. And we saw, again, positive signals coming from the Paris summit in June. And there are signals as to where these trillions could come from. But what is still lacking, and where are the actual levers to bring coherence and coordination to the multitude of discussions? That is a question that still needs to be answered. But one thing I'll put forward, and I think leadership that has been shown in this room, leadership that was shown with the movers and doers at the SG's summit, is the need for greater collaboration. And we've seen coming out of the Macron summit, the relationship between a single island, Barbados, with the Bridgetown Initiative, and the push from the French government. We can see what positive gains can come from that. But that is simply an island and a country. So the need for greater leadership or collaboration amongst leaders, I think, is an opportunity that needs to be explored. The 21C Article 9 discussion. So first of all, so as Jennifer said, 21C has almost been, it's almost seen as one of the toxic elements within the discussion. And there seems to be this, this debate where sides are taken. You know, is it 21C? Is it private finance? Is it public finance? The simple answer is it's both. And the Paris Agreement frames the call on both and the roles of both. So I think going into COP28, there is an opportunity to reframe the narrative around both of those elements, elevate both in terms of the intent that I think was presented by the architects of the Paris Agreement, and the need for both of those elements.
Right. Integrity. The state of the report on integrity and the operationalization of the recommendations.
So, again, what is clear, those elements within the process have their limitations in terms of the intergovernmental process, pushing governments for action. But where real action, where the needle will move, is those with non-state actors. It's outside of that process. And the accelerated action and interest by non-state actors, very, very encouraging, but integrity of pledge, integrity of actions is absolutely critical. So as we see the role of non-state actors increase in their involvement within the process, also increasing the need to ensure the credibility that whether it is transition plans, whether it is pledges, action, meet an integrity bar that clearly demonstrates that it is aligned with the Paris Agreement is absolutely critical. So moving forward, the Secretariat will be taking a greater role in terms of ensuring that the standards that are required are adhered to.
Excellent. There is a question related to debt. I may come back to you on it if we have time, but you earned a pen, so I can give you that. Thank you.
Just one?
Just one. And one for you, Minister.
In advance.
In advance for trust, and not to touch it until you do your eight minutes. But yeah, on the 100 billion, it's good that it was mentioned in different ways by the German honorable ministers and senior representatives as a commitment and credibility, a token of commitment and credibility. Adnan, and I heard as well Ambassador Wael talking about the 100 billion in the context of the bigger magnitude of demands and asks as a token of trust. Today, and there was a reflection by the minister from Germany on the contribution for Mongolia. Their contribution could be considered as a token of appreciation of the role of the Green Climate Fund and its role. So again, this issue of token is definitely would help particular vehicles of finance, including the Green Climate Fund, to do more, provide capacity, lead work, put standards. But how do you see, Minister, the developments since you were in New York attending the many discussions at the summits? Any updates from a developed economy perspective on that? And it is the practice that your country hosts negotiators and the hosts of the COPs those who are about to finish their work and those who are about to start it in the mid point between the two presidencies. So are you optimistic about what we could really be getting in COP28 in alignment of the Paris Agreement? And of course, the Minister for Development Cooperation and Global Climate Policy, he spoke before, but just on the record and for the record, His Excellency Mr. Dan Jurgensen.
Thank you so much for that. Well, to your question, is this half full or half empty? I guess that's the kind of answer you will have to give to a question like that, because if we think about where we were in March when many of us met in Copenhagen, it's quite clear that we have come a long way. And it's quite clear that we've had a lot of positive progress. So if we look at what's actually been pledged and decided in different countries, major economies, the IRA in the US, the Fit for 55 package in the EU, meaning that we are now actually able, whether or not we'll do it, still have to see, but we're actually able to update our NDC. Huge investments in India and China in renewables. So if you look at the actual action out there, a lot of good things are happening, moving in the right direction. Also, if we look at the COP process, when we met in Copenhagen, we were proud hosts, and both presidencies were doing great work. Many people came and supported, so in that sense, it was positive. But if we were to be honest with each other, we also probably had to look each other in the eyes afterwards, some of us did, and say, there's a long way to go. Even just talking about very fundamentals, global stocktake, what is that? Well, a lot of countries argued that basically it was nothing. It was just maybe one page, technical. But for the presidency and for my own country and the EU and others, it was the cornerstone of and the heart of the ambition mechanism in the Paris Agreement. So had we have to start the negotiations directly after that meeting in Copenhagen, I wouldn't have been very optimistic. But since then, a lot of things have moved, not least due to the very hard work and competency of the president, incoming president, and outgoing, of course, also. So now there's a momentum and there's a consensus that this is going to be an extremely important COP, probably the most important one since Paris. And that the global stocktake will be much more than just a short piece of technical paper. It's where we will align the gaps between what's actually being done and what's needed with real commitment on what to do now, hopefully. Now, for the question that we're discussing here, financing, that of course means addressing the 100 billion, yes, of course, but as many people have said before me today, we're talking about billions, but we need trillions. So this is primarily a question of trust, as you also mentioned. But trust is also extremely important. So I would, of course, urge, as others have done, all countries that are not yet stepping up to step up. We need to also look at the loss and damage package. We need to move forward there. Important decisions were made last year, but we need to have progress this year also. By the way, thinking about trust and what money can do, and we pride ourselves, coming from Denmark, my government, for years to have been big contributors, both to the climate fund, but also 0.7% of our GNI every year in development aid and on many issues. I'm not saying that to brag, my point is, I think we got more positive feedback and made more influence by pledging a very small amount for the loss and damage fund before it was actually there. So last year in New York, we pledged that, as the first country, that we would put money in a fund if there was such a fund. Why am I saying this? Because even countries that might feel they have a difficult time finding money in their own budgets, doing what they would like to do, well, sometimes it's also about showing courage. Sometimes it's also about finding out where's the money most needed now and where can it make a difference. So if countries have discussions with themselves internally right now on where they can make a difference, well, and when they can make a difference, well, this year is the year to make a difference. If you have money to spend, spend them now. Because we need it to build the trust. We need it so that the developing countries that rightly so feel that the developed world hasn't delivered can see that there are actually forces wanting this to happen. Also, we need to be more concrete on the discussions on the innovative sources. Denmark, we've proposed, as has others, that we need to look at maritime transport, for instance. Now, coming from a country that hosts Maersk, the biggest container company in the world, it's not a small thing for us to say or an easy decision to make, but we have gone in that direction, not only because we want the sector to go through a transformation, that goes without saying, and the best way of creating the incentives there is by putting a price on the pollution, but also because this would make it possible for us to create a revenue that can then be used, for instance, in a loss and damage fund. And finally, I would also say that we've talked a lot about the necessity for the MDBs to mobilize more money, be able to also mobilize more money from other sources, be able to maybe use this money in a smarter way so that they will help us solve some of the real problems that we have. So not only support the investments that are just there and easy to take, but also helping us de-risk where that's necessary. It is a paradox that if you look at the big institutional investors out there, also private ones, pension funds, others, there's a lot of money to be invested. There's a lot of goodwill out there. If you look at the demand is huge. So how come that doesn't add up? Well, usually the investors will tell you that it's because of lack of what they call enabling environment.
Yeah.
So what does that mean? Well, some places it's insecurity with regards to the currency. Other places it's political environment that's not there and the capacity that's not there. But all in all, we need ways of dealing with this in the MDBs so that it's the MDBs or countries or other institutions that takes the risks so that these investments can happen. And you quoted ABBA, I think it was, and Beatles even. So I'll quote Elvis Presley, who said, "A little less conversation, a little more action."
Yep.
Please.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And thank you so much. There is a little barrier between you and your pen. It's in front of the bottle, so you can pick it up. Thank you so much. You mentioned business and business environment, regulations, and incentives as well have been discussed. And the promise of funding, including from the GFANs, promise of funding from those who are not in the Glasgow Finance Alliance for Net Zero, but the claim that there are no pipeline of bankable investable projects worked hard under the presidencies of COP26 and COP27. We prepared pipeline of investable projects. Some of them are getting some funding. And then we have the supply coming as well from the UE and others. But it's basically about getting the supply of money to meet the demand coming from these projects and the enablers and the business environment. Georgia is here. You are going to be hosting us as a board very soon in your great country. Always with a hope that is going to be fulfilled soon to be in Georgia, especially when you were #1 in doing business based on the IFC report of 2008. I remember because we're runners-up, and you managed to use technology of the time, then digitalization, to facilitate doing business, especially for the small and medium enterprises. Because all of what we say at the end and the work of the GCF, yes, there are work in finance, work in regulations. It's all about the projects and how to get projects in mitigation and adaptation adequately funded with the speed. So you are uniquely positioned because you are in Europe. Developing economies perspective is not far from you, based on classifications. To tell us reflections, please, your reflections.
Thank you very much. Of course, it is my pleasure to be here today with you. And I would like to start by thanking the German federal government for hosting us. And of course, it is an honor for me to be the part of this historic moment of the organization that I serve as a board member when we are facing the second replenishment, and also representing the Ministry of Environment and Agriculture of Georgia. Since the Paris Agreement, of course, we have seen a lot of developments, and we have seen the journey was not an easy one, I would say so, because there were quite an achievements in this process, but of course, there are still challenges that remain in front of us. And speaking on behalf of the developing country, which is in the crossroad, as you rightly highlighted, of Europe and Asia, and considered as a developing country and facing, of course, the climate crisis as the other countries in the region, of course, it is important to highlight that climate finance is dramatically needed because we need to save the lives of those vulnerable people who feel the effects of the climate change in their everyday life. And what is necessary to highlight here is that quite recently, a few months ago, we have approved a new strategy for the GCF, highlighting the importance to raise ambition, to have more financial resources, to have better access to these financial resources so that those developing countries are capable to access to these financial resources. And here, of course, we were discussing a lot how we could simplify these processes so that the countries have the capabilities at their local level to identify the priorities and then easily access, because this support is needed now. And we all understand that those vulnerable communities who face the climate change in their everyday life, in doing their agricultural activities, in having the issues of water scarcity and having a dramatic need of support. So here, when the Green Climate Fund needs to step in with the respective resources, but these resources need to be used in a smarter way. Because we all understand that we are also limited in these resources. We discussed today that we still have the gaps in terms of financial resources. And of course, here it's important to use the past examples, the best examples, how we can use these financial resources in a smarter manner, because we all understand that once we are talking about adaptation, to build the infrastructure for the adaptation, it requires a lot of money. And once we're talking about the mitigation and the involvement of the private sector, it requires a lot of investment. And also it requires awareness raising in the private sector. I mean, speaking from the perspective of the developing countries, we still need more private sector on board. And it's not an easy task to do once we go back in our national governments, talking with private sector that they need to be transformative, that they need to work more in terms of developing technology, so that they need to invest more in greening the technologies, because on the other hand, the private sector need to be competitive. And here, where the Green Climate Fund can step in, offering different means of sources to the private sector so that they better understand what benefits it could bring for greening the economies. And adaptation, of course, let me remind that this summer was not an easy one for us. for Europe, for Asia, for Africa, for my country. We've experienced the devastating effects of the climate change in one of the mountainous regions of Georgia, where there was a dramatic, disastrous event happening because of the glacier melting. There was 32 people died and one still missing. So this is the devastating effects of the climate change, and we all understand that we need to be more prepared to adapt to these challenges. And here, of course, we need more financial resources. So we need to fill in these gaps. We need to allow those developing countries to have a better access to these financial resources, to simplify the access to these financial resources. But at the same time, of course, we need accountability and transparency of these international financial institutions. We fully understand that. The simplification does not need to neglecting this transparency and responsibility. But, while I remember while we were working intensively and drafting this 4-year strategy for the GCF, and we had an intensive debate between us about the mitigation, adaptation, all these priorities, intensifying the investments through the private sector, and etc., capacity development. So that was an easy task to agree between the developed and developing countries, but that was, and today's conference, as well as the discussions that we have, is the reassurance that we need to work closely, collaborative manner. So we need to understand each other's needs, and only by this we can achieve the best results. So that's the last point. Speaking on behalf of the Georgian government and bringing the examples. So we started our collaboration with the GCF quite intensively once the fund became operational. Now we have 2 national projects already, one regional one covering different directions related to the early development of early warning systems going to the forestry sector, etc. Also the transport, greening the transport sector, and so on and so on. But we understand that there is more in terms of mitigation, because we understand our portion of responsibility in terms of mitigation, but there is also more needs in terms of adaptation. So I think that all developing countries are open, ready for having a better and more access to the resources of the fund. And as a last point, of course, what I want to highlight is that we will be looking forward of hosting you in Georgia. Yep. I hope that we can fill in the gap and we can have more commitments from the countries to raise our ambition in terms of filling the gaps of the financial support that is needed. And of course, only with the collaboration and working together we can achieve the best results for those who are in need of having this support on the ground. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you so much. Many thanks to all of you. I have 120 seconds to finish this great conversation without a summary, but with expectations that we have now 9,322 million, with 5 of the contributors potentially gave us hints that some serious work is happening behind the scenes, so we might be surprised by the time, at least by some of them, by the time we are all in Georgia. You earned your pen as well, don't forget it. Ms. Nino Tendelashvili, the Deputy Minister from Georgia. So no summaries, but again, finance needs to come with other means of implementation. We cannot do fresh finance if we're not solving the debt crisis in many countries. Mafalda and her team will be asked many tough questions because the environment that we're in is not just with economic financial risk, but with political risk. There are some newcomers with good intentions designed, like CBAM for Europe, that will have trade implications. We cannot hide them, so she will be asked while she's designing her projects, how can we factor in this kind of work? Can we decarbonize the hard-to-abate sectors like steel and cement? Can we develop our carbon markets better? Can we do better in attracting investments with higher return, especially to deal with the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, which is making the US attractive, perhaps with good investments in R&D with spillovers, but that will make every developing economy in a kind of a competition to prove that their projects is still with the kind of return to the risk and cost to compete with all of these subsidies. And there is a list of more issues that we'll discuss later. Now, the minister has to leave in 30 seconds. So yes, the money needs to be complemented. This achievement marked the latest milestone in GCF's ongoing replenishment. It's not over yet. It's open until it ends very soon with the final outcome for success of this replenishment. It has been my honor to serve as the GCF-2 facilitator and to oversee such successful outcome. Later this month, I shall be providing full detailed report on the results. And many thanks again for you all for being here. And we'll see you in the reception. And many thanks to the hospitality of the German government for hosting us for that. Thank you all.
But, can I also take this opportunity, Mahmoud? The role you have played in facilitating this process has been remarkable. I don't know how many times you've been on our doorstep, but you are the nicest harasser I ever met. And I think the level we are at today is a tribute to your perseverance. So I'd like to thank you on our behalf, but I think you deserve a round of applause for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.